and IXM invisible everything start of the afternoon, and then Saxon user group for the last leg, 4:30 to 6. Okay. We still have lunch at the same place. Coffee breaks at every corner. Hello, Gerrit. Hello, everyone. And we have also at some point Tobias Ott that will be reminding you about the demo jam with the very long name finishing with ML about CO2 emission. So at some point, where are you? Over there. Yeah. Okay. So we always are happy to have sponsors for this conference because they help us make it happen, and they are the serious part of this conference. Of course, I'm not. Everybody knows that, and they are really supporting us every year, and now every 2 years, and we are very happy to have them. So I think maybe we can start by a new sponsor, GDS, that just showed up a few weeks ago, and so you can tell us why.
Good morning. Yes, we are always looking for cooperation partners. We are a company which provides solutions in technical documentation, and always we are a service provider. And if you have a customer, a product, a project where you think you can need some help, you can provide us a hand, please contact me in person or our company, and we can see if we do some things together. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. So one of the sponsors that was sometimes invisible and sometimes visible, so you're clearly in the topic, right? So it's CZ8ADH. What's that? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm representing two sponsors this year. First of them is Czech Association for Digital Humanities, which is almost associations of almost 30 students and researchers whose goal is involved and use digital humanities. And the second one sponsor is named Boris Lejka. Actually, it's me, and I can switch to I mode, invisible mode. I'm very happy that I can support this event for many years. We can see in person, and thank you to you guys. You can make it happen for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boris. Thank you. And maybe the last one, maybe you don't know him. Maybe you never heard about him. This is George Vina!
Thank you, Mohammed. Good morning and welcome back to XML Prague for the last day. I want to say something. My name is George Bina and I represent Syncrosoft, the company that creates Oxygen XML editor and the related tools. Syncrosoft. And one thing that I want to say is that when you try something and you fail, it doesn't work, you should try harder and keep trying, because in the end, I'm sure you'll have success. I tried, for instance, the demo jam many times, and I never gave up. So you need to try different things, but finally, you know, for me, last night, I managed to win the demo jam, so it's an example that you can succeed, basically. when you try something hard enough. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you, George. We're really lucky to have sponsors in this conference. So now we move to the main topic. So, you guys starting?
Can you hear me? Very good, thank you. I'll try and speak well enough that we don't get complaints on Twitter. So, welcome to the extended edition of the Schematron Users Meetup. As David said yesterday, we've been doing this since 2017. And thank you to the organisers for our request for an extended edition, 2 sessions. So, I'm Tony Graham. You saw me yesterday. You saw David yesterday. Didn't see you. Eric will be talking later. And we have Andrew Sales, the editor of the Schematron specification, standing by on Zoom and watching on YouTube. We're the 4 names on the program, but as David said yesterday, we're sort of helping the community move along rather than owning anything. And there's no significance to the order of the names in any of these sessions. Before I begin, for real, I would just want to mention our logo, the Schematron. I've already had one conversation this morning about, isn't that a pink bunny? It's not a bunny. It was designed as a combination of 2 Australian marsupials, the bilby and the betong. So, as a Schematron enthusiast, I don't like it being called a bunny, and as an Australian, I don't like it being called a bunny. It's a Schematron. So, I should mention, this is the world's largest meeting of Schematron enthusiasts. So we're glad to have you here. We have 2 sessions, as you know. This is the introduction, and then David will give an overview of Schematron itself, and then Andrew Sales will join us from Zoom to give us an update on the ISO Schematron and where it's at. David will be back again for an overview of the implementations, given that he has the most active implementation. Unfortunately, Nico is ill this morning, so he can't give us an update on Schematron quick fixes, which is technology for not just for making fixes in your document when Schematron finds an error. We have a stand-in a reshuffle to take the place of that. And then Eric will be here for a talk on query binding with Schematron. In the second session, we have some short talks, and if there's time, which there may well be since we lost a speaker, we'll have a round-the-room discussion about topics that have been covered in this session, or you can talk about topics that weren't covered that you want to hear about. So the short talks we have lined up is Garrett, as you can see, on automated batch conversion, Ken on non-programmer support for Schematron, Garrett on restriction in Acoma Datoso, which he'll tell you about. And then the one that's shuffled to the first half is Michael with his report on his experience. And then David in something more experimental, yes? Yes. And then, as I said, there'll be the short discussion. So this is As I said, the world's biggest Schematron convention. And it's also our only opportunity for market research. Why isn't it visible? Why not? So I had a plan, but
It's hardware or software?
it's a software issue. That's Windows.
Windows P. Windows P. No. P, not L. This is locking.
You pointed at P, but it's a Dvorak keyboard.
Windows P.
Windows, not FM.
Windows P.
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 That is P.
Yeah, that one.
It's a Dvorak keyboard, that's P.
Oh. Yeah.
Sorry about that. So, this is our opportunity for market research. Ordinarily, I'd start by asking you which countries you're from, but it's a bit harder to do that. So, who here is actively using Schematron? So the majority of you, in fact. All right, it's easier. Who is not yet using Schematron? A small number. Okay, thank you very much. Can you tell me what sort of subject area you're using Schematron for? E-commerce, just a moment. Any other takers? Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Gets and bits advice to end users how
Ah,
to
right.
improve their checking entity.
Okay. Anybody else? Oh, very good. So you run it on the HTML? I hadn't expected to hear that one, so that's good. Anybody else? Pardon? Dictionaries. All right, that's a good range so far, but that's any school books. That's good. Editorial guidelines. You used to use Schematron on the guidelines for how to. Editorial guidelines, does that mean that you use Schematron to check the instructions for the editors or to implement the instructions? English is ambiguous at times. So, as we said, Michael will be giving us a real-world talk because no one reads editorial guidelines. Pardon? Legal documents. This is quite a range already.
Domain-specific languages.
Domain-specific languages. Okay, give me one more so I can go to the next column. What?
Well, digital scholarly editions.
Digital scholarly editions? Help if I could spell. Is that it? Anybody, any other takers?
Programming conventions.
Programming conventions. No. Isn't that one of Ken's uses? He uses Schematron to enforce things in his XSLT. Okay, yes? XSLT code quality. Okay. Last chance.
I would say in general as a companion technology to the other schema formats for validation scenarios on a larger scale. Particularly, for example, the embedding of Schematron in relaxing languages.
Oh, yes. So you can relate to the quote that David said yesterday from Rick Jelliffe about the feather duster for the parts that scheme. Oh, there's a couple of nodding heads there. Okay, so that'll do for now. So as you can see, completely unsurprisingly, people are using Schematron for a whole bunch of different things. And you're obviously finding it very useful. So we certainly hope that you'll find the rest of this morning, the 2 sessions, useful, and I'll hand over to David for the overview of Schematron itself. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me, fine. I think I don't need it now. I'm going to be. I'm going to talk a little bit about Schematron, what it is. I try to make it as short as possible because I think that many of you have been here yesterday, so you already heard this part. What is Schematron? Schematron is a language for making assertions about the presence or absence of patterns in XML documents. It was designed by Rick Jelliffe in the late 1990s. It predates Xsl Key. And it was incorporated into ISO as part of the document schema definition languages multi-part standard. I think it was Kai. The last, it is used as, it's widely used as a companion or an alternative to grammar-based validation in XML documents. So that's the feather duster. Things you can't do or can't do easily in other schema languages you can do with Schematron. I think this makes it valuable in the multi-part standard. And then you have plenty of other use cases where you want to check business rules of your documents. What Schematron allows you to do is to express arbitrary business rules for arbitrarily selected parts of XML documents or of XML data. Schematron has 3 core elements. This is an assertion element that lets you give a human-readable text message. That's something that's special with Schematron 2. So you can choose a message that is meaningful to the user of your schema, like non-tech people who will understand what you are trying to tell them. And you have an attribute that performs, that contains an XPath expression that can contain any kind of XPath that lets you test if a selected node matches your criteria. There's a rule element that lets you select nodes from the document and groups the assertions that should be applied to this to the selected nodes. And there's a pattern element that groups rules into meaningful components in a schematron. That's it in a really simplified way. It's the core of rule-based validation. I skipped the example, or just really quick. This is how a simple schematron looks like, where you, in this case, check that the TIRS element that has a type of person has a ref attribute that refers to a TI person element. So what this means is that it's from a digital scholarly edition that if a scholar encodes a person in the text using the RS with the type person, then I can check that he links it to the right entry in the register. So sometimes people link it to other things, like make mistakes in the linking. So this is yeah, a basic schematron. And as you can see, the error message is something that is non-technical or less technical than just saying that, I don't know, there's an attribute missing or something. So the editor knows what the problem is. And I can tell him in words that he or she will understand, or I hope she or she will understand. Schematron can do way more. You have mechanisms for schema reuse, so you can import, include other schemas. You can compose schemas from external definitions. Schematron supports localization. You have a templating language for the messages, so you can then make them context dependent. It has a way to template rules. It's called abstract patterns. And Schematron also has its own documentation language, a really simple one, just a title and a P, but you can document the schema in a human readable way. And I know that people do this yeah, it's just, before I never thought that somebody would do this, but then I realized, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's my story. Before I come to the implementations part, I hope that I will be able to switch over to Andrew, who is joining us from other places via Zoom. And oh dear, Andrew, no, wait, I have to put this in. Are you there, Andrew? That's, thanks. That's Andrew, I tried again. Are you there? Oh, so now the question is, we can't. Can you share your? Well, it's your turn, and oh, I get confused. Thanks, Andrew. You could start. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
September 2024 or 2025.
What's that? No. I'm sorry.
So how can you contribute to this effort? Again, as Darby mentioned, that there's a repository within the Schematron organization on GitHub, and you can go there and see the issues, you can add your comments, anybody can do that. You can also access it through our associated national standards body, contact them to find out more. And also an option which just requires registering with the mailing list. You can go to schematron.org, and it's a bit quiet there, but you can get a conversation started and contribute that way. So thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of the meetup.
Thank you, and sorry for the audio. I just didn't. I get confused with this virtual worlds.
No problem, me too.
So what do I have to do? I have to share my screen, right? Okay. Oh, it's my turn. Okay, this was the update from ISO. Now I'm going to talk give a short overview over Schematron implementations. There are some. This is, I think this is the most used Schematron implementation still. It's nicknamed the skeleton. It was originally written by Rick Gilliff and contributions by others. It's implemented in XSLT, so it's a pipeline of XSLT transformations that turn your schematron into an XSLT that you run on your document, and it creates a report, a validation report. The so-called skeleton supports XSLT 1 and 2. It's MIT licensed. As a matter of fact, it's unmaintained as a software product. If you go to the GitHub repository that I put there, you will see that the repository is archived, which means it's read-only. You can, of course, use the software. You can see the issues. There are some defects in this product, but at the moment, there's no one who's taking care of maintaining this particular implementation. It wasn't an easy decision to make it read-only, but in the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, just no one stepped up and said, okay, I start maintaining this package. So it's better to know that's there and that there are defects. You can see what's not working. Other than that, it's in use, so it's no argument to not use it. Then there are derivatives of the skeleton. For example, Oxygen has a fork, you would say, that's well maintained, that's used in the product. And I know that other vendors did the same. Say they fixed issues in the skeleton or made extensions to it and use it. And of course, it's hard to track where all these derivatives go. Then there's my processor, Xsl. I'm really sorry for the name. I never thought about people speaking it, just writing. It's a new implementation, published 2019, I think, the first version. It supports XSLT 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. It's also MIT licensed, and the last release was yesterday with a maintenance release. It uses a different algorithm for the validation than the skeleton or the other implementation that might make it faster in certain situations. I also did read the specification intensively, and for example, there's one difference to the skeleton is that I'm quite draconian when it comes to the interpretation of the specification. There are things that I just that the Xsl just doesn't do because it's not conformant, and it's a good thing, I think. Then there are wrappers for the XSLT style sheets of the skeleton and for Xsl. They have wrappers for xquery that just provide xquery functions that in the back use XSLT, the XSLT implementation. And there are also wrappers for Ruby, PHP, I suppose Python too. And they do the same. They wrap the style sheets. And this means whether you have 1.0, 2.0, or 3.0 depends on the language environment you have. If you use, for example, base X and you don't have Saxon, then you only can use the XSLT1 schematron implementations because you only have Xln. There's a third actively maintained implementation. It's called PH Schematron by Philipp Helger. I think it supports XPath 3 as a query language. And this XPath query language is a native Java implementation. So chances are good that it is, if XPath is enough for you, then you might get a faster validation than with the XSLT approach. PH Schematron also provides wrappers around the skeleton and Xsl. So you can select which implementation you want to use with PH Schematron. It's Apache licensed, and the last release was in March this year. Yeah, there's Eskali Schematron by Nico Kucherauer. The license, I couldn't find the license, so I said that it's unknown. It supports XSLT 1.0 and 2.0. The last version that was released was 0.2 in February 2019, and I talked to Nico, and he sometimes uses this implementation. Yeah. And I don't list other implementations that are not longer maintained or haven't been released for about 10 years, so that there are some out there. Concluding my overview of the implementations is one success we had with our editorial board group. We composed a test suite that checks conformance with the specification. It currently contains 50 tests. There's a work in progress Java application that runs the test cases against a schematron implementation. And I use it to develop Xsl to see that my changes don't break the standard conformance. If you are interested in working with standards, you're very, very welcome to review these conformance tests and double check that they really, well, that they fit the specification. Sometimes it's not clear what constitutes conformance or what doesn't. Personally, I hope that we will be able to present an overview of the level of conformance at next year's Markup UK, so you can compare the products and what they do and what they don't do. Now it would have been time for Nico to talk, give a quick introduction to well, interactive Schematron, Schematron Quick Fix. This is an extension to Schematron that not just reports errors, but gives you the possibility to provide, well, manipulations of the XML document that would fix the error. And if you have an editor that supports Quick Fix, like Oxygen does, you can have a dialogue with the end user that can select the fix. This is incredible. Sadly, Nico can't be here. He will publish his slides, and yeah, he will publish his slides and make them available via Twitter, so you can see what he has cooked up in the past 2 years with Quick Fix. Thank you very much. Now I have to look what's next. Or are there any questions about what we are talking about? Yeah. Oh, yeah, beautiful.
So, hello everybody. Because Nico is not here, I will back him up. So we work together at this specification to the Schematron Quick Fix. And I will try to do my best for this presentation. So, my name is Octavian Adolu. I'm part of the Oxygen team. And together with Nico, we start to work at Schematron Quick Fix specification, and I will tell you a few things about this. So the idea was, okay, we have the errors, we know the message, and Schematron provides the support to see the messages, but it will be important to have also some actions that will correct them. So it will be more easy for the users. And it's similar with the spell check proposal. So you have a spelling problem, then you'll have also some proposals where you can select to fix this spelling problem. So the idea was, okay, you have the Schematron, you can, the Schematron rule, you can create a code that will allow you to fix this problem. And you can display very easy when you see a problem. You could display these actions that will allow you to correct. Like, okay, you have here a problem, then you can have some actions that will allow you to insert the correct proposals. To apply a fix, you could just select some of the actions, and this will automatically modify your document and will display the correct information. And XML, it's validated with Schematron, and you can have these SQF fixes integrated in the Schematron language that will allow you to fix also the problems when you to generate the actions when you validate the XML document. So Schematron quick fix, called also SQF, it's a project that was developed within the W3C community group. And we started here in Prague in 2014, and the first draft was, I think, in 2016, and the second draft was in 2018. So the fix, it looks something like this. You have this rule, the Schematron rule here, which tests something, so it has a report. And then you see that you have this annotation added on the report. So the Schematron quick fix is an extension of the Schematron language. It will not affect the Schematron language because it allows you, the Schematron allows you to add elements and attributes from different namespaces. So the Schematron will still be valid if you add this type of quick fixes in the Schematron. So you can add this annotation on the report that points to a fix, and then you can define different operations in the fix that will correct the problem. So you can define the description of the fix. You can define the operation. In my case here, it's an SQF delete that will delete some comments from the document. So the Schematron quick fix must have a unique ID, which should be referred. Then you need to have a title, description of the fix that will be presented to the user when he will select the action. And then there are 4 operations available. There is the add, delete, replace, and string replace operation. And these are how you should specify the ID. So the ID is specified in the ID attribute on the SQF fix. Then the title, the description, and then the operations after the description. And how the quick fix is presented, this depends on the implementation. I have some screenshots here from Oxygen. Nico has also a plugin that it's available in Oxygen, but also as a separate plugin, and present something similar. So you have the problem, and then related to the problem, you have the fixes that will allow you to select what you want to do. In Oxygen, we compile this SQF language in our format, and then we communicate with Oxygen to present these problems. In Nico implementation, all is done with Xsl, and then he generates the fixes from Xsl. For the add operation, so this operation will allow you to add 1 or more nodes in the document, and here you need to specify the target. So by default, the target where the operation will be performed is the rule context, but you can change this target by using this attribute. So in our case, you see that the rule context is the head, but you can change the target on the title, and then you can specify that you want to insert an element, and no, in the target, you specify the name of the element that is inserted, and the node type specify the type of node that is inserted. The content specify the content of the operation. So this operation would add a title with a title element with a title text. And if you want to change the context, you need to use this context attribute. So the add operation has a target, and then you have this select that allows you to specify what you want to insert in case you want to insert some content from the document, or you can insert, or you can define directly in the operation the content that you want to insert. Can be static, but also you can use XSL or other extensions to provide content in the operation. And if you want to change the location where the operation will be performed, you can use this match attribute that will allow you to specify a different location where the operation will be performed. Then is the delete operation, and it has a similar structure, and also here you specify what you want to delete. So the context of the operation, it's also the context of the rule, and in my case, I specify here that I want to delete the XML lang attribute. So you can change the context using this match attribute. The structure of the delete operation is very simple, so it has only this match attribute. So just specify what you want to delete. For the replace operation, you have the match attribute that specifies what you want to replace, and the content can be specified either inside the operation, as I did here, using the value of, or you can specify it using the select attribute. And I have here also the structure of the operation. So you have the match attribute that allows you to specify the context of the operation. So in case you want to change, for example, in other parts of the document, make modifications in other parts of the document, you can use this match attribute. Then you can specify what you want to replace using the select attribute, and the content that you want to replace with, you can use the node type and the target, or you can insert it directly in the body of the operation as the content of the replace operation, as I did here with the XSL, with the value of select. Then there is also the string replace operation, which is a little bit more powerful because it allows you to use regular expression and make modification on a string. So it's a little bit different from the replace operation. And here you can use this match to specify what you want to match, where you want to make the modification. And you need to always have in the string replace operation some text node match. So either the rule matches some text nodes, or you need to specify in the string operation the text nodes that you want to be modified. Then you can use some regular expressions, so you can point the locations in the string where you want to make the modification. And also here you can specify the content that you want to insert directly in the body, as content of the string replace element, or you can specify using the select attribute. So here's also the model, so you have this match and the regular expression. There are also other elements that you can use. So you can also extend fixes, you can call fixes, you can pass parameters, you can group, you can define using user entry, you can define a value that must be set manually by the user. So when you use this element user entry, a pop-up will display you some information that needs to be inserted. So for example, you need to insert an element, but you need to provide from the user the name of the element. So you can define this using this user entry element. In Oxygen, we support this SQF language. We provide content completion validation, and we provide the framework so you can edit this type of documents. And the benefits of the SQF will be that it will help you to correct the problems. It will help you to refactor content. So when you have a problem, you can make different modifications and multiple modifications. You can also define the multiple operations that will make modifications in different files from your project. For example, you have some IDs that needs to be renamed in different files. You can do this also. So thank you. I hope I made a short overview of the Schematron QuickFix language, and if you have questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Thank you. So everything was clear. Yes?
This has been parting harder than me, so I should be carrying the microphone.
Thank you. This will help your fitness regime. Octavian, thank you. Did anything change in the last 2 years regarding the QuickFix implementation?
No, it's mostly stable now. So we had the first version, and then the second draft, we just added some new things. I could present also those. There are some additions related to generated automatically fixes, so you can, I don't know, just with one fix generate multiple actions that will correct. For example, you say, okay, insert item 1, item 2, item 3. You can make like a for each and generate this information automatically. And the rest, yeah, it's pretty stable.
Hello, Octavian.
Hello.
Yesterday you told us about an extension coming to address specific substrings in text nodes. I'm very interested in this because our customers don't understand why you can address a paragraph but not a text inside a paragraph. Perhaps you can say a little bit how this will work.
Yes, there is Nico made an extension. So here it's a problem of, in fact, it's a problem from Schematron, because Schematron will not specify the location in the text exactly. And yeah, maybe we should go to that GitHub page and propose something for this to be added to the Schematron specification. And I think one solution will be what Nico did. So he added on the assert and report an extension attribute that will specify with a regular expression the location of the text. So this will be a solution. Another solution may be just take the regular expression in case it's in the test and automatically try to highlight the content. So yeah, it should work also. The second one, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's doable, but it's not easy because in the test you can also match other things. So you need to determine exactly that there is a regular expression that will match some text and then will highlight. So yeah.
This is going to be tricky. Good luck.
Yeah, it's not easy. We try to find also a solution in Oxygen. It's not easy, but maybe it should be in the Schematron specification something, how to match part of text in a document. Yeah, this is an enhancement proposal, and I will
person has some comment.
speak to Nico to add maybe what he implemented, because I think it's okay.
George Bina from Oxygen.
Yes, please.
So one thing, I think Schematron has the subject attribute that changes the focus but now it's used to change the focus to another element.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that may be an option, I don't know, just thinking out loud, to be able to specify in that you want to focus on something within the text of the element or something like that. But oh, yeah, so maybe another attribute that maybe in a different namespace will be, but that can be done outside the standard, right? So you can recognize an extension attribute and say, okay, if this is present, I will take that into account and do something.
Yeah, the idea is that adding another attribute, adding another information there, it's possible that will confuse the user, because he already typed the regular expression in the match, in the test, and then he needs to type it also in the subject or in other element or attribute to specify the location. So maybe it's better to detect directly from the test. I think this would be the best solution. Yeah.
So basically a simple implementation will look like if you have contains something, it will try to see, then highlight that term. But it will be just you will cover some cases, common cases that people use, not everything. So manage the expectations of the users. Yeah.
Some AI. So thank you very much.
Let me see, where is the... Yeah. That's good. Okay. What I would like to do now is give you a short introduction about a feature of the Schematron language that I found quite intriguing, actually, and it's called a query language binding. Now, binding sounds like it's some kind of kinky accessory to the Schematron, but it's actually a very useful extension, and you're probably already using it, maybe unaware, and if you are rarely using it, you're probably not aware of all the details. So let me fill you in on that. Oh. Yeah, it works. Okay, sorry. Just to set the stage, let's do a little Schematron first. What you have here is an XML document. It's a very simple document, and the rule is that all the codes in the document must start with the department code that's in an attribute on the root element. So as you can see, the bananas are not valid. And we want to have a Schematron schema that checks this. Now here is one, of course, one of the many implementations you could write for a Schematron. This one checks this, and if you run this schema against the XML document, you get the expected error message that the bananas are not valid. So far, so good. Now, as you can see in the schema, there are quite a number of expressions there. In multiple places, you can see there are XPath expressions. But what most people are not aware of is that Schematron is actually a container language, and that the language you use for expressions is not a given. In practice it's XPath, but it's not a given. You can specify another query language, another language for your expressions. And this feature is called the query language binding, or QLB in short. So how does that work? You set the query binding by specifying the query binding attribute on the root element. And you probably already do it, because if you don't, you get a default, which is not very nice. The possible values for this, there are a number of reserved values for the query binding which are specified in the standard. And strangely enough, at least I think it's strange, not all these values are defined. So they are reserved but undefined. And we can somehow surmise from the names what they are supposed to mean, but they're not specifically defined. The bold ones here are defined in the standard. Another strange thing I would like to mention about these query binding names is that they are case insensitive, which is, I think, a bit strange, because in most cases in XML all comparisons for IDs or names or whatever are case sensitive. This one is case insensitive, and I had quite a heated discussion with Rick Jeleff about why it is, but he couldn't convince me and I couldn't convince him, so it is what it is. So what of this is supported? Well, and now the most, I think the implementation used most, or the most current implementation is Xsl, and that one only supports XSLT kinds of query language bindings, so no other ones. So let's assume for a moment you're a JavaScript, Python, COBOL, Zork, whatever language buff, and you want to write your expressions in a Schematron schema in this beautiful language you so like. What do you need to do officially? The first two steps are relatively easy. You need to define a name for your query binding, an identifier. You need to think of some kind of identifier. And after you've done that, you need to write a small specification document about what this query language binding actually is. And actually the Schematron standard defines for you what such a document should contain. And it's for the defined names, it has them in appendices. So you can look up what's there and write such a document. It's small, usually only 1 page long or so. And then comes the really hard part, of course. You have to write your own Schematron processor for your beautiful Schematron expression language. That is really hard, because it's not possible, unfortunately, to, for instance, take Xsl and plug in some piece of software that suddenly understands Python or JavaScript or whatever. At least not that I'm aware of. And I think David, that maybe, he says maybe, you know. But I don't think it will be easy if you do it, so I think we don't have to talk about this anymore. But I just wanted to let you know what you would need to do if you want to add another expression language. So let's get back to to what is happening in practice. In practice, the only query bindings supported, unless you have a bespoke processor, are the XSLT ones, and maybe the XPath ones, because they're relatively easy. My advice would be not to leave the query binding attribute out, because then you get XSLT as the default, which means XSLT1, which means XPath1 expressions, which means, given the current state of the technology, severely limiting in what you can do. So my advice would be to either use XSLT2 or XSLT3, probably nowadays XSLT3, but XSLT2 will usually do also. Okay, what does it mean, the XSLT2 and XSLT3 query language binding? Of course, the first thing is you can use XPath2 or XPath 3.1 expressions all over your Schematron schema. It is good. The second thing is that you can use XSL keys, which is a lookup facility in XSL for quickly finding things by identifier or by some other something. I will tell you what that looks like. I'm going to show you an example of using XSL Key. And the third thing, probably even better, is that you can use XSL functions in your Schematron schema for if you have complex things to compute or to do or whatever. And that's very, very useful. And then what about the other XSL constructs? Maybe you want templates, because templates can be useful, for instance, if you want to, in your function, do some very complex processing of a sub-piece of XML or something. Or XSL variables, which are a bit more flexible than the variables in Schematron itself. Well, officially, they don't work, because the Schematron standard only allows you to use XSL key and XSL function. Unofficially, they work, because all Schematron processors, at least the ones used most, work with an XSLT processor underneath and just simply process all these XSL instructions you put in your Schematron schema. So it's up to your attitude to conforming to standards, whether you want to use them or not. I leave it up to you. I personally use them a lot, so it works in general. Let's have a look of an example of using XSL Key. Here is an example of a document, and it contains items and orders to items, and the orders must reference any items by ID. Very simple. And let's also assume that this document is very, very large, much bigger than I can fit on my screen here. So let's try to write a Schematron schema that checks the ID references for the orders using Schematron using an XSL key. This is how it would look like, and let's look at the details of this Schematron schema. What do you need to do to make this work? First, you need to define your query binding, and I have set it here to XSLT3. XSLT2 would also work, but I use XSLT3 myself by default. Then you have to define the XSL namespace, because you're using XSL instructions, XSL elements in your Schematron schema, so the namespace must be defined. Then you define your key, and I'm not really going into details about the XSL key instruction, but this one, a key is actually a quick lookup based on some string value, or I'm not sure whether it's only string, on some value, and you get some other things back with a quick lookup algorithm. And this one returns you items based on their ID. Once you've done that, you can use the XSL key function to retrieve any items based on their ID. And this works quickly. So this would be a way to use the XSL key instruction. Then let's have a look at using XSL functions, which is also interesting and also merits an aside about namespaces, you'll see. This example is a bit more complex, just to show you what functions can do. Here we have a list of things, and things have a name and a code and a price. And what we want to do in the Schematron schema is check whether the price is correct. And to be able to do that, we have a lookup XML, a small additional XML, which lists all the prices for the things. And if a thing is not mentioned in this lookup, it should use the default price. So for the things here, the first one is correct. The second one is off by 1 cent, probably a rounding error in the VAT computation or whatever. The third one is correct, and the fourth one is incorrect because it is not mentioned in the list, so it should use the default price. So what we want to do is write a Schematron schema that validates this for us. And a good way to do it would be to have a function that, given the type of a thing, looks up for you using this external document the price and returns you the price. So let's try to write that. Here is the first part of the schema, defining a function. So let's go over the details again like we did for the XSL key. Again, we need to define the query binding, otherwise you can't use functions. Again, I used XSLT3 and I think XSLT2 would also work here. Again, you need to define the XSL namespace because you're using XSL elements in your Schematron schema. You also need to define your function, of course. This is the XSL function. For those who want to look into the details of the XSL, fine, but I'm not going to discuss that here. The function is called f::getPry, so it's in the f namespace, because XPath functions must be in a namespace. And I defined the namespace here using the Schematron NS namespace element. Now, that might be considered odd, because why do you have to define your namespace using the NS element? Huh? So let's do a quick aside about namespaces in Schematron. If you have a namespace in Schematron that you want to use in your expressions, maybe in your match expressions, or in this case to define a function in XSL, you might think that you need to do this. You need to define your namespace just like you define namespaces in XSLT or in your XML documents or whatever, with a namespace declaration, in this case on the root element. However, in Schematron that does not work. You must define any namespace used in your expressions in a Schematron NS element. Otherwise, Schematron will not recognize your namespace. So this, well, you can write it, but it will not work, which is very, very frustrating if you run into this for the first time and your processor says undefined namespace and you're crying to the processor, but it's there. But it will not work. So, given that we've defined the namespace using our NS element, how can we use this thing? What we can do is we can now simply call the function, which gets us the price, and then we can compare it in a Schematron assert element to get you a correct message. From there on, it's simple. So, this is what I want to tell you about query language binding. So, quick wrap up. Schematron is flexible with regards to its languages, to its query language. In practice, you can only use XSLT as a query language, and the advice is to use XSLT2 or XSLT3 because then you get a more advanced version of XPath that you can use. If you do that, you can also use XSL keys and XSL functions. And if you're sloppy with conformance to standards, you can also use any other XSLT construction in your work. So far for query language binding. And now if you hope you would allow me a small commercial break, because I have a book coming up about Schematron. It's due to be published in September by XML Press. It really describes, at least I try to describe and go into every nook and cranny of Schematron, from things like normal assert reports to query language binding to what David mentioned, title and P elements, whatever. To give you an idea about what's in the book, this is roughly the table of contents. And what I would also like to draw attention to are the first two appendices, because I try to make the book not only for programmers and for technical people, but also for people that do XML, but now and then have to write a Schematron schema and are not really programmers. They do have to understand XPath, they do have to understand namespaces. So what I try to do is add an introduction to XPath and add an introduction to namespaces in the book. Especially the introduction to XPath became quite lengthy, I think about 25 pages. But I try to explain these two technologies for beginners. So, if you're interested, you have to wait. I'll announce it on the Schematron mailing list and on LinkedIn and all the other social channels. But you know it's coming up. So, thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, please let me know. Ken. Mike? Microphone?
I'm going to be talking about a project after the break. It's a very public project, and the code that we are producing has to be as open and reusable and usable in different contexts as possible. And for that reason, I felt I had to avoid adding all of the non-Schematron XSLT constructs into the Schematron script, because that would disenfranchise any users who wanted to use, wanted to be part of the project, but chose not to use XSLT to implement Schematron.
Okay.
Not that I knew of anyone, but it was a principle of the project.
Yeah.
And the way I addressed that is anytime I wanted to escape from what was available to me, I would use a function in a namespace, and that was easily recognized by someone who is using this in a non-XSLT. But because the Schematron production scripts produce XSLT, an XSLT environment that is running that has a wrapper XSLT that imports all of the function definition implementations and then imports the generated Schematron, and that outer wrapper style sheet is used for validation, and thereby all of the function definitions are satisfied in XSLT using XSLT, but are available to a non-XSLT implementation by whatever means they want to do. And the recognition of the output of Schematron isn't the be-all and the end-all, but it is merely a piece of the solution that, with a wrapper, becomes whole with the other components. Okay. So I would offer that as an alternative approach.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Remarks? Yeah.
Kai Weber from Pagina. I remember faintly that we once had a problem with external functions or functions in different namespaces, as you have shown them. They, if I'm right, they used to work in the skeleton implementation when you were using the parameter allow foreign, and without allow foreign they didn't work. Is that correct?
No.
No.
I don't think I completely understand you, but
okay. Because, and then maybe David can jump in as well, because there was a problem with copying these functions into the compiled XSLT.
I think you're right.
Okay, okay.
The XSLT code will not go to the...
Right, those functions will be copied to the compiled style sheet with the allow foreign function. And with Xsl, there was an issue, I just checked, looked it up, it seems issue number 83 on your GitHub repo, where you, David, were saying this is also not automatically copying the functions in different namespaces, and you suggested to use the callback API instead for this functionality. So this seemed to me back then that all this functions in different namespaces is not part of the official standard of Schematron, but some approach that may work or not work depending on which processor and which parameters you choose.
But it is part of the main standard, and it should work.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the standard specifies that if you use a specific query binding, you can also annotate.
You don't have enough microphones.
No.
Wait for microphone.
Wait a minute.
This has to be recorded. You need. Someone will be studying history of Schematron.
Sorry, George Bina from Oxygen. So I'm not sure if the Schematron standard actually specifies that if you use the XSLT tool, let's say query binding, the annotations from the Schematron schema in the XSLT namespace will be taken into account. You know, like used by the compiled XSLT version of the Schematron file. But because, as Kay said, there's a parameter in the specific implementation that basically enables this behavior.
Yeah.
In Oxygen, I think we enable this by default. We set this parameter by default.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know, the examples I showed you were run inside Oxygen without a problem.
Exactly, because we put it by default, because we expect people to, that they put XSLT code, it should work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, but it's an implementation detail in the end.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's covered by the standard. Yes.
That was our problem. We always run. Wait for microphone.
Oh.
Or just came down. If we want to discuss, we have two microphones, so we can have kind of battle
you get your exercise today.
Exactly. That was our problem. We were always running for years. We were running our Schematron inside Oxygen without any problems, and suddenly, when we want our Schematron to work outside of Oxygen as well. Then we run into this problem.
Okay.
Because that makes sense. You say that
we enabled that by default because we expected.
Right. And suddenly outside of Oxygen it broke.
Let me just wrap up. What I told you is what the official standard says. And maybe implementations don't implement it in full. But as far as I've seen up to now, I've not seen any problems using Oxygen doing this, what I just presented to you. And also not in Xsl.
I have a remark about the query binding. There's one limitation with the query binding approach in Schematron, and that is that the query binding language has to fit in an attribute. So you can't use a language that uses, for example, XML as a structure to describe that it's in a what I meant is that, of course, the identifier has to fit in the attribute, but the select expression and also the test expression for assertions also is in an attribute. So whatever language you want to use, you can't use, well, I'm not saying you can't, it's not easy to use some structured language to express your query language.
Yeah. It would be fairly uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yes, and I think that's indeed a limit. That's a limitation. I studied some other rule-based validation languages from the past, and there were some that had a declarative approach to queries and to checks, and yeah.
But basically also the example with the function. So the function was defined, is not just text, it has elements, XSLT elements and so on. But then from the assert test or something, you can refer to the function name. Yeah. So in a way, there is some possibility for that.
That's what I meant. It's, I think it's not impossible, but it's we have to think about how you would implement it, and I don't know as a solution that would be still. It's hard.
Yeah. I think, David, what you're saying is that let's assume you just want a Schematron implementation that does a query binding to JavaScript. Then you have to probably put in tons of JavaScript into attributes, which would be very uncomfortable.
Or just imagine you have your own domain-specific language that selects nodes, and you use XML to express this language.
Oh yeah.
Then you can't put it in the attribute.
You have to use entities for all the angle brackets, for instance.
Or whatever you want to do. So.
No, let's not go there. Okay. Any more? Well, in that case, we're on the break. Okay.
So I think that coffee break should be ready. At least I hope so. It's everything for this slot. Yeah. So we should continue at 11:30. In 30 minutes, we should continue.
Everybody, so the ones who still are here, very warm welcome back. My name is Tobias Ott, I'm from Pagina Tübingen, and yeah, this is what we just presented yesterday evening at the demo jam. This new markup language, LM, XP, CT, etc., 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 ML, and what I want to tell you today, why I want to activate you is just, so what is this about? This is the let's make XML Prague carbon neutral today, because if we don't act quickly and decisively, we are all fucked markup language. So this is this is not just a joke, this is very, very serious, of course. So this is the first time that we are part of this, of the sponsors here of XML Prague. And it's not a normal sponsorship, and we need your help just to do so. So here is a QR code, and it's also hanging there on the wall. And we want to calculate the carbon footprint of the conference, and therefore we need your help. And it's just running, actually, because my dear colleague Björn, who's sitting over there, he built, using, of course, XSLT and XML, just wait, the little carbon footprint counter that you see here, and this is running in real time now, so when you're just going through your own way of traveling to here and from here back, then it should just, I hope it will, yeah, recalculate and checking also out who was eating vegetarian food or meat. As you know, this is also a part of the carbon footprint thing. And we will collect this, and afterwards we will compensate the emissions. And as I already said yesterday, compensating is just the second best idea, but it's better than doing nothing. And it's a very serious thing. So we are just change back again. As we really are in a kind of climate emergency, and I don't know whether you can read this, because most of the presentations here have the problem that the size of the characters are very small. So if you're sitting right behind, you can't see so much. But so I just want to quote a little bit or cite a little bit of what Antonio Guterres, he's the Secretary General of the United Nations, was telling us when some 3 or 4 weeks ago, the new IPCC report was published, the report on climate change. And I do not want to cite this everything now for you, but what is really, I think, impressive if the United Nations are just telling us such words. The jury has just reached a verdict, and it is damning. This report of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change is a litany of broken climate promises. It is a file of shame, cataloging the empty pledges that put us firmly on track towards an unlivable world. So if we hear on what the scientists are telling us, we have 27 months left. This is not much. This is when we meet next time here in Prague, until the carbon emissions have to go down, and they have to go down rather quickly. So this is why we just decided to put our little part on that. And we just want you, thank you for the opportunity to make this. We just want you to help us to make this conference carbon neutral. And this is just what we wanted to tell you. So thank you for this great conference. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to help a little bit. Have a good and safe trip home, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, you're taking back the...
So, welcome to the second part of this Schematron users meetup. We will have a couple of short presentations about Schematron and Schematron-related topics, and I think Gerrit will be the first here on the Bühne.
Yeah. So my talk will be about something that is complementary to the Schematron quick fixes. You could call that Schematron batch fixes, where you have XSLT and in the future XPrague that attempts to fix detected errors in the input files. And I will give an example of the so-called national checking profile of all the German standardization bodies, namely DIN and VDE, that they are using in order to harmonize the NISO STS XML that they are exchanging and ingesting. So some of you may know about NISO STS. It's a standard, and the next release is due to be published, I think, this year or next year. And it's part of the JATS family of standards. It uses quite a few items of the JATS vocabulary, but also standard-specific metadata and also content. And those people who know JATS know that there are often several different ways to express certain content, so that there an initiative was formed called JATS for Reuse, that primarily defines rules and implemented as Schematron rules for consistent usage of these elements for certain kinds of content, because there is so much flexibility. And you can also look that up. It's the NISO STS IEC ISO coding guidelines, where they documented how they want to tag their standards in NISO STS. Is that legible? I can try to increase the font size a bit. And they also document in this paper how ISO uses tagging differently from IEC. As an example, we can look at these so-called where list, or you also have that with figures called figure keys or legends. And in the upcoming release, we'll have a dedicated element for these where lists called legend. But in the current release, there is no such thing. So they IEC uses def lists for that, and ISO uses arrays. and they are in no way associated with the formula that the where list pertains to. It's just by coincidence because it immediately, the equation is followed by a paragraph with the content where, and then by convention this array with the table inside encodes this where list. Obviously a def list is much more appropriate. Also, if you want to write if you want to detect, okay, this is probably a where list, and you want to convert it into a def list, then you could assume, okay, it's probably a 2-column table, but in this case, it's a 3-column table where the first column is just seems like a spacer cell. So you need some heuristics for detecting where lists and also for transforming them into def lists. But this is a typical task for these batch corrections, and of course for Schematron for detecting these undesired stuff and then act on it. And since these exchange processes are always batch processes, Schematron quick fixes is not so well relevant here. They just need these detected deviations to be corrected automatically. You can look at the same thing in figures. The figure key, again, IEC uses def lists, and ISO, where's the example? IEC def list, and ISO uses not an array but a table wrap with a table inside, so it's almost the same. And this is also a thing they need to correct. Another example, table footnotes. There are multiple ways to encode it, and this is a table footnote, and one standardization organization has the footnotes inline, and the other uses the table wrap foot and uses xref to refer to the footnotes that are gathered in the table wrap foot. And the other organization here has them inline and also uses xref if it's the footnote is mentioned again in the content, but they don't use the table wrap foot for that. And why do you want to harmonize the markup? Several reasons. They have queries on their content, and they have rendering XSLT that we also wrote for DIN that renders them as HTML, and it's easier to maintain XSLT that expects the input in a certain way and not in various ways that can occur in the content. This is one motivation for harmonizing these things for exchange. And some of the rendering code and also the autocorrection and the library with Schematron rules, we launched a GitHub repository, STS for iTools, 5 years ago or so. And slowly, by monthly conference calls with the German standardization bodies, we develop new rules to check and also to autocorrect. So it's not immediately urgent project, it's slow burning, so to say, because there is currently, they are all setting up their automatic exchanges. Currently there's a predominant workflow where the manuscripts arrive as Word files and are converted to STS and from there to PDF and HTML. But they are moving towards exchanging the standard data downstream from ISO or IEC to CEN, the European organization, or CENELEC for the electrics, and then to the national bodies. That should all happen via NISO STS and desirably via standardized STS. This repository, if you want to have a look at how this Schematron batch fixes work, has a validate directory, and this does the Schematron validation and apply XSL fixes. I will get to that in a minute. Will apply the corrections that are encoded in the Schematron with different namespace elements, and then have a recursive XProc step that applies one fix after the other, so that in the end, hopefully, the documents, they will be rechecked with a Schematron, so that hopefully they are valid then. And this is a private GitLab repo that we use with the German SDOs. And this is an example. We are using Schematron extends element. I think it's rarely used, but I hope we use it in a standards compliant way. And then we have these SC namespace. We could also change that to Schematron batch fixes, but this project has different aspects. So SC stands for Schematron config. This is the other aspect of the project, that you have layered Schematron extends, and the final, because also the German standardization bodies have the different rules for forming IDs, etc. And then you can have this DE baseline Schematron, and then you can have layered additions for DIN or for VDE. So you can also extend this baseline Schematron, and then we have, of course, XSLT that will assemble all these rules. And here we have an element SC pattern, and in this will be resolved by the extended URI will be resolved against the NISO STS lib in the other repo. I will show that in a few seconds. And then you can define alternatives in the library that is used here. And then for a certain tracking profile, you can select one or the other, or one of multiple alternatives. And the library that is extended is this one. And this is a pattern with that ID, and this is a pattern with another ID, and it has an SC alternative for attribute, and so the compilation of this Schematron looks at these alternative, and usually it would include all patterns that are in the extended schema. But if an alternative is selected, it won't consider this here, for example. So this is the assembly mechanism, and then you have a compiled Schematron that also contains all XSLT that is imported. And you can immediately apply that to to your content also in Oxygen or wherever you want. So it's in other batch pipelines. So people are using just the compiled style sheet for checks. But in the service that we provide, where they can upload either manually or through an API, here the compiled schematron will be prepared as part of the conversion process, and I will upload an example that I think it contains table footnotes that are corrected. We saw that in that ISO IEC document, table footnotes either in table wrap foot or inline, and this document I think contained inline tables. I'll look at that in a diff in a moment. What we prepare is a standardization, a validation report that comprises all the DTD or relaxing based errors and the schematron errors. And as I said, in this XPrague pipeline, the validation will be applied twice. First for collecting the report and assert IDs for which fixes are available. The encoding of fixes happens through these Xsl fix instructions. By virtue of allow foreign, they will be available in the SVRL, and we analyze it for the assert and report IDs that they are in. And then this XSL fix will be applied in a certain mode. All need to run in a certain mode. It's here. Usually they are quite short, but they, one XSL for a certain aspect, sometimes many or several modes in a single XSLT, but these are usually quite compact. This is, I think, one of the larger ones, but it's straightforward. It's easy to test also, these tests. And finally, in the report, you will see whether a detected error has been fixed, which is the case for the FN groups. For other errors, there may be no fixes available. A second HTML document shows all the rules that have been applied, and then you can also click on them and see. It would tell you whether a fix is available. I hope I find a rule for which a fix is available. Yeah. There should be some. Anyway, here. So it will tell you which fix should be applied, and the output, I already loaded them from a previous conversion into the differ. How can I increase the font size in the diff? Oxygen people. Control plus doesn't work here. No, control plus is the usual way. FN plus inserts a plus. No. Well, just try to spot. thing. So here we see a newly created table wrap foot with an FN group, and where previously were standalone footnotes. And if you could see what's on the screen, you would see that standard or inline footnotes have been put into the table wrap foot. And there are several other fixes for other things that don't occur in this test document. So we have some test cases for each fix that should be applied, and also have a continuous integration system that will tell us whether the expected results are still there, because you know it's often quite fragile or brittle with these Schematron rules, or also with XSLT rules. If you change a bit in this fixing XSLT, maybe other cases that have used to be fixed in a certain way won't be treated correctly. So it's important also to have a testing system in the background. But this is, I think this is true for all production systems. What else can I say? I think only one thing that I mentioned at the beginning. It's one thing is to correct the NISO STS content. The other thing is the exchange format. They come in a zip container. You can upload standalone XSL documents, but you can also upload a zipped folder with the images at a certain location, and they need to obey certain naming conventions. And the next thing that we'll implement here is an XPrague fixing mechanism that is able to rename things in a zip, or if there's, I think the requirement is that there needs to be a media folder for the images, and if the images aren't in the media folder, then it will move them, will create this folder, and also check whether every image that is referenced in the input XML exists in the package. And this, I probably will outsource these fixes into a different a standalone project on GitHub, in order to generalize them and not to mix them with actual schematron validations of the standardization bodies, but to make it a universal tool for defining that you can integrate in your project, and run it with an XPrague 1 currently processor. This is a long-term project of migrating to XPrague 3, but we have hundreds of other pipelines to migrate, so it's can't be done so quickly. But at some point we will outsource this into a repo of its own. It will also be open source. This STS4I things, there are certain things that ISO also contributed, and we agreed on an Apache license for that. That has this patent clause that is important, that no one can sue you for infringing their patents. And the standalone project will also be available under an Apache license, I think, or BSD2 clause. So, and maybe I will rename that SC prefix to SBF, like Schematron batch fixes, but maybe there will be some discussion on the standalone repo that we will create, and looking forward to other people using it and filing issues or fixing things. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Garrett. I'm over.
Ingester should apply these fixes that are relevant for them, so they can have their own layered rules, and if they detect IEC content has a def list and we want to have tables, they can apply the fix so that it...
But who is the they in your sentence?
Yeah, standardization organizations.
Okay, so if IEC detects a problem and it gets batch fixed, they will reincorporate that for the users of that specification.
No, the users themselves are expected to apply these fixes.
They are.
So IEC is the source. It sits on top of the cascade, and the IEC content comes to Senelec, and the Senelec European Electro Standard comes to VDE, and every ingester is expected or can voluntarily define fixes and apply them at the point of reception of these files.
So every client of IEC has to replicate this process?
No, they don't have to. They can do it manually or can leave the content as is. They can send it to India or so and have these fixes applied manually, or they can define fixes. So it's a voluntary tool. Yeah.
And a question about those 6 XSLs that you had for the batch fixes. Are they all executed simultaneously in a single pass of the input data, or are they applied independently?
Yeah, it's a recursive XProc step that works on the output of the previous fix.
The node tree.
So the fixes usually are orthogonal. They don't need to be applied in a certain order. You can apply them independently, but of course it's important, and this was a mistake I made initially. Don't have a P for each and apply it to the input. Each fix has to be, of course, be applied to the output of the previous fix. Otherwise, you would just have one fix applied in the end. This is, I admit, a stupid mistake, but yeah. So it's expected that they will be applied one after the other.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just to get this right, if I understood it correctly, is it like you're processing the SVRL file, and this SVRL file contains information on how to fix it, and this information is initially encoded in the schematron rules? Because I had a use case where I processed the SVRL file, and these files tend to become very large, at least when you're turning the fired rule option on, so which rule has been fired. And so I'm just wondering if all these fixes are applied recursively and the SVRL file comes into place if you're running into performance issues at some point.
I don't think so. The machine doesn't complain about large SVRL files, and the fixes or the IDs of the report and assert instructions that have been fired, they are included there, and whether there's a fix is also included in the SVRL. And there is, of course, an XSLT that extracts this information of the large SVRL file and prepares a small to-do list for the XProc, which XSLT to apply, which fixes to apply.
Some intermediate steps that optimize this. Thank you.
So I don't see any more questions. Thank you, Garrett.
Again, for an opportunity to present. This is a different project, a third project that I'm involved with in my retirement. I wanted to share with you some something that I've built into an environment where Schematron is being used, and the rules expressed by the Schematron expressions are being maintained by those who are allergic to angle brackets. And they don't want to see the XML, they don't want to see, they just want to deal with information. And I am successfully teaching my colleague some XPath in order to help with this. But to set the stage for this project, this is another deployment of a four-corner e-commerce model where trading partners are exchanging electronic commerce documents over a four-corner model network where there is an obligation that the content of the document follow data integrity rules. Now, I have insisted in this project that we call these data integrity rules and not business rules, because in the world of e-commerce, the term business is overloaded with the business, the way the companies are interacting. So I insisted that what we are dealing with here are data integrity rules, so as not to imply that we're dealing with a client's credit status, because that's a business rule. That's not a rule about the data. The project is being facilitated by the U.S. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. They have a department called the Business Payments Coalition. They have a mandate to streamline payments across the U.S. and try and get more payments to be electronic instead of paper checks, which still predominantly are being used across the US and quite a bit in Canada as well. Paper checks are still the norm. And so they have a mandate to improve or streamline electronic payments. And part of that mandate is to set up electronic invoicing and electronic remittance advices after the payments have been made. It's an interesting legislative environment in the US because nothing can be legislated. Everything has to be free market. Everything has to be done without any anti-competitive moves or requirements. When I spoke earlier of, when I asked the question this morning about the non-Schematron content inside of Schematron, if having that obligates the implementation of Schematron to be XSLT, that could be seen as anti-competitive because there might be non-XSLT implementations of Schematron, and you can't keep those out of the solution. Everything has to be open. In Europe, there is the PEPAL network. It began as the Pan-European Public Procurement Online project. It's now just the word PEPAL because it's now in Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Japan. And it's used around the world. There are other implementations of UBL, South America, and then this project, BPC, in the US, and they do have cross-border accommodation for Canada and Mexico. So, this is an environment where, as I said, everything is market-driven. The PEPAL project has a very central authority. Open PEPAL, or the PEPAL organization, runs everything. When they need a Schematron script to be written, they hire a consultant or a company to write it for them. And they get the completed solution, and they can dictate the environment that it shall be XSLT, it shall allow this, blah, blah, blah. In the US, We can't do that. We, as in the project, because I'm Canadian, but actually I think I'm right now the only active Canadian on the project team. But we have to create an environment using Schematron that is voluntarily contributed to by the entire committee. There is no budget to go and hire someone to do this. So I'm doing this, setting this up on a volunteer basis where I'm doing the mechanics behind the scenes. I'm not a business guy. It's my wife who runs my company, not me. And so I wanted to share with you what I've done in my environment that I am presenting to this team of business people, non-programmers, who know business, but they don't know XML, and they don't know Schematron for sure. And my immediate colleague at the Federal Reserve Bank, Britta, she is helping with the environment that I've created here. She is learning XPath very quickly, very well. I'm very proud of her. And we are producing this environment. And surprise, surprise, it's based on a spreadsheet. I think you've seen me use it. Now, we have created a spreadsheet of the semantic model of those components of a UBL document that are specific to the US marketplace with cross-border consideration for Mexico and Canada. And this is a 300-row spreadsheet. And of those 300 rows, maybe 50 of them have Schematron assertions in them. And so there's a navigation issue. I'm showing a couple of excerpts from the screen here. Column 1 is the row number of the spreadsheet. Column A, or the first column, the row column you can see on the left, 1 to N. Column A are the identifiers as numbered by the BPC. That's supposed to be the North American business term number 96 and the North American business term number 102, which both deal with the tax category because that's the context. The Schematron assertion about that context is the count expression, or in the second case, this is where I was mentioning this morning. I can't build in the code list functionality into the Schematron script. I have to make it external, so a non-XSLT implementation of this Schematron script can have their own implementation of the function called BPC code list. And it checks the child value ID against an identified code list from the UN. The next two columns, and this brings up an interesting discussion about the use of the English language in these contexts. Column M is the error message to be reported when someone runs data against this and the assertion fails. This is in the active voice. You have done something wrong. Now, the data integrity rule is in the passive voice. This is what must be true. And this was a topic of discussion. How do we do these messages? Because we don't want the user to see a message and have to interpret it. And that's like the data integrity rule. If we just say you cannot have more than one as an error message, that leaves a bit of interpretation up to the reader to what does that mean? Whereas we say, hey, more than one exists. You've done something wrong. So we use the active voice for the Schematron error message, but we document the data integrity rule in kind of a passive voice as this is what has to be true. The non-XPath character at the beginning of those rows in column K, the use of the octothorpe or hash or however you want to call it, tic-tac-toe, whatever. The invoice and the credit note
have a lot of shared rules, and we don't want a maintenance headache of having to do this twice. So out of thin air, I chose the octothorpe as the character that is replaced with the collapsed name of the document type, which is found in the spreadsheet tab separated by a comma. So this produces two schematron rules. One is /invoice:/invoice /CAC blah blah blah, and the other one is /credit note:/credit note/allowance charge blah blah blah. I cannot use an asterisk here. Well, I could use an asterisk here, but there are other places in the model where the document type name is part of the element name. Invoice line and credit note line both have the same rules applied, and so I'm using the octothorpe to collapse the replacement of the document type name. So this is presented to the community, and the community comes back to Britta and myself, and they say, hey, we think this is wrong. The way you've expressed the data integrity rule is wrong, and so that means, oh, then this must be the error message. And it's interesting because they come back and they say, this is what the error message should be, and then Britta and I figure out what the assertion is to trigger that error message. So this is really trying to be user-driven. I'm not trying to second-guess what they want. I want them to tell me what the error message is, and then I will figure out what the schematron assertion is in the given context. And this is only about 40 or 50 rows of the 300 rows, and so scrolling through a spreadsheet is sometimes awkward. What happens, and here I need to acknowledge Arlen Bergheim, who is in the audience here. He's the one who taught me how to trigger GitHub actions. I showed you yesterday about the GitHub actions that produce the schemas. Well, in this project, at this repo that you have access to, are all of my sources where on push, the GitHub action will fetch that spreadsheet. It will convert it into an XML representation of a table, and we've chosen the generic code vocabulary from Oasis. And using XSLT, I produce all of the schematrons scripts that are required, the XSLT wrappers that are required. Remember, I mentioned this morning I have a wrapper that pulls in the result of schematron to XSLT, along with importing the implementation of all of the functions in the BPC namespace. Those schematrons then go through, help me again with the pronunciation of Schilest. What's that? Xsl. Okay. What's that? I'm so sorry. Oh. With the I'm so sorry processor. And so I produce the XSLTs from that, and then at runtime, they are incorporated into the invoking wrapper that I generated in step 3. So the step 3 is the wrapper that pulls in step 5 plus the implementation of BPC code list in step 6. That is run in step 7 and producing SVRL, and then I make that SVRL legible to the user community. And then that's what I say here. So, something that I've never seen before, but I had the idea that this would help my users, has proved to be very useful. And that is embedding into patterns and assertions XPath comments with the navigation that helps the user go back to the spreadsheet to find exactly where the error message is, where the data assertion rule is, and helps Britta and myself go and find and fix a problem that there might be. So I've actually, you can see how the rule has the context makes reference to 2 business terms, 96 and 101, found on rows 166 and 175 in the spreadsheet tab invoice, credit note. And we can get right to those two contexts. The assertion, we actually put the information about that one assertion, which is 96, row 166 in that tab, in the message itself. So when it shows up in any error message of any Schematron processor, not just the ones that I'm doing, every Schematron processor that runs this and reports the context information includes the navigation information for the user to go to the documentation and find out what it is they did wrong. This has been a godsend, and I offer that as a tip, that throw this into your assertions and your contexts, and you can help your users interpret your error messages. If you remember nothing else, I hope you remember that. So SVRL is lovely because I can now massage the output for my user base, because my user base probably is not looking forward to seeing /q, :urn, blah, blah, blah. And so I am massaging this, turning all of the namespace URIs into the well-documented for UBL convention of prefixes. Of course, users may be using any prefix that they want, but in the UBL project, we have established a set of prefixes for documentation purposes that are associated with the namespace URIs, and so I convert that to them, and there is error message number 2, specification not valid. I put the context, space, and then the assertion, and the assertion includes the navigation information. Now, knowing that the navigation information is going to be in 2 places, I've chosen to suppress it in the context, because remember, the context had all of the different rows, and I don't want to confuse the reader. So in my SVRL, I suppress the XPath comment that has all of the many different assertions for the one context, but I preserve it in the assertion message so that people can jump right to row 41 in that invoice tab for business term number 24 and read on more about the data assertion. That comes in really handy with the lengthy URI used for namespaces in the UBL project. You can see how that long failed assertion really gets nicely compressed into something that the user can read. And from my point of view, the reason I used space, which you can see at the end of the second last line, is that I can copy and paste all of that XPath address into Oxygen and find my data. So I have composed the error message to be useful for me as well, so I can jump. That's why I chose space as the separator between the context and the assertion. And I drop it into Oxygen, and I get right to the element that has the problem. Don't know if you folks do that, but there's another tip that I find handy. I really like Xsl. Thank you. Sorry I named it that way, processor. Because of the SVRL shadowed assertion statement. When I successfully hit an assert, I successfully hit a failed assertion and I make a report, in the SVRL, I'm also informed of those rules that were never checked because they are shadowed by the rule that was triggered. Well, that's on me. That's not on my user. That's on me to go back to my spreadsheet and write the contexts and assertions in such a way that none of them are ever going to get shadowed. But I don't know that a priori. I can't analyze my spreadsheet to know that that's going to happen. And so I have documented for my user community this concept of an internal error. Please, Mr. User, the messages that are reported, and this is a shell script and a Windows batch file that people can run in their environment, and there's people can do drag and drop in Windows or a shell script invocation and have the schema validation, phase 1, and then the BPC validation, phase 2. Do you remember my diagram from yesterday, the 2-phase validation of UBL? This fits into that model. And the second phase runs the XSLT that wraps the schematron and my BPC code list, produces these error messages. The user, you have 2 errors, count of data errors, 2, and there find the documentation in that report as to where to look for on the spreadsheet. But by the way, there is an internal error. Please tell Ken. There is something wrong. And so, but you see, they understand an internal error. They wouldn't understand a shadowed, failed assertion, blah, blah, blah. So I've couched this in a way that so far they understand, and they let the team know, hey, I've got this internal error. This is something that needs to be fixed. Since Schematron reports an XSL message that is a terminate, I have to say, oh, by the way, the following error port is simply the exit mechanism and can be ignored. So I am informing. I don't know if there's an invocation option that I can ignore the terminate message in the output. Maybe I add that as a feature request in Schematron, since it's...
It depends how you're running. If you're running from the command line, it's quite hard to do, but if you're running from the API...
Oh, no, I am running command. Everything's command line. It would be tricky, okay. Because I'd have a feature request for a command line option to suppress that, please. Because right now I have to explain to my users, hey, this is not an error. It says error, but hey, it's not one. So, for you, I thought, okay, what are my questions for you to help me? I could only think of one. What do I do about that dang octothorpe here? Is there some... I don't want a complex XPath expression. Is there a better character? Right now, the octothorpe isn't being used in XPath, so I just picked it out of thin air. Can someone recommend a better syntax for what I'm trying to express here as a substitution? Think on it. Let me know if you think of anything else. And actually, I'm going to leave that up. I thank you for your attention. The project is still underway. They're entering the second market pilot phase in the next couple of weeks. We're building up on this. Again, it's on a voluntary basis. It hasn't been complete, but we're plugging away as free time allows. The US is finally going to have a nationwide specification for electronic invoicing, which will be a major accomplishment, I think. So I'm quite excited to see that happening. The folks at the BPC are working very hard to get this done, so I want to commend them on their efforts to bring this to the marketplace. Now, the ball has to be picked up by the marketplace. There is no mandate in the US government to run this network. The only mandate is to specify a network that can be run in the marketplace in a fair manner with proper competition at all stages, at all levels, that no disenfranchisation of any party can be in the specifications, and then they are going to say, okay, here, marketplace is the specification of the US invoicing network, run with it. So a bit different than what we've been talking about the past couple of days. Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Ken. You're using these XPath comments in your expressions to show you where the thing was in the spreadsheet. Are you aware that Schematron actually has mechanisms to do that in a structured way?
The documentation.
Yeah, there are things called Schematron properties.
Yes.
That you can use to add this kind of information in a structured way in XML elements or in whatever you want. I don't say you have to do it, but just
no. In consideration of that, I felt that this was going to be more expedient for all of the possible implementations.
Okay.
Because this was compact, it's readily available in SVRL, as are the structured components, yes. But I had considered it, and I chose not to use it.
Okay.
I don't think there's a penalty for not having used it. I just.
Actually, I know this from a different use case for. I know this for a different use case for processing EDI healthcare data and validating encounter submissions.
Okay.
And we also used a spreadsheet, and the idea was that the business people or the EDI analysts, they are correcting the XPath expressions in your Schematron assertion columns on their own.
Wow.
But this did not work out because there were far more analysts than programmers. And
yes.
In the end, all the programmers has to fix the spreadsheet. And then we had a lot of input, you know, and so it was the spreadsheet idea did not work out for a bigger team, so to say.
Okay.
And I think
may I comment on that?
Just one more idea. I think a good solution would be if we could pimp the spreadsheet to just put the errors into red or something, you know, like a validation in the spreadsheet, like you have in an IDE or something. So
what would be red?
It's if there is a typo in the expression, right? So.
Oh, I see.
So to fix a spreadsheet.
Well, this is a Google spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So I have no. Well, I choose not to implement the feedback in order to go back and flag that red. But as I mentioned, Britta and I are focused on columns K and L. We ask the user community to focus on M and N, because if they can express in English what the error message is, then the responsibility comes to us, Britta and myself, to do the XPath. We're not asking them to do the XPath, but we are asking them. Many times we've gone back to them and say, hey, that error message is ambiguous. Like, you haven't thought this through yet. You haven't. So sure enough, we clean up the error message. We clean up the data integrity rule. The business person agrees this is the rule, agrees a violation of this rule produces this message. When they agree, then we write the XPath.
It's a lot smarter on the analyst side, I see.
Yeah, well, lessons learned. It was painful at one point.
George Bina from Oxygen. When I try to get some non-technical users to implement Schematron rules,
yes,
I use that on top of abstract patterns, because abstract patterns allow to define basically like an intention, like a rule in an abstract way.
Yes, and apply to different contexts.
Set some parameters.
Yes.
And then that simplifies a lot. You know what? For instance, I have a rule. I use this to implement a style guide, right? So there is a rule that says restrict the number of words. And you have parameter, you know, what element you want to restrict, what's the minimum number of words, what's the maximum number of words.
Okay.
So they do not care that much about writing the complex XPath expression, because that will be
it's
part
just
of the abstract
it's just
pattern.
parameterized. Yep.
And then, so that itself already provides a very easy way for people to create custom Schematron rules. But on top of that, I also added like a customization of the UI in Oxygen to embed those rules within data topics in my case.
Okay.
Within the text of the style guide. And that makes it even easier, let's say. Plus, the abstract patterns can be documented. So when you present, let's say you have a library of abstract patterns and they can choose one of the rules, you can bring also that documentation to the users. The documentation for the rule itself and for the parameters to tell them what is expected to place in that specific parameter. So that's...
that sounds like excellent approach for reuse, when you are reusing the maximum words in many different contexts.
Each abstract patterns has a number of parameters, so it covers basically as...
In our case, I chose not to use abstract patterns because there's very little duplication. All of these are custom error messages, custom data integrity rules that are unique to the context. And so I need to use this language in these contexts. And so I felt that abstract rules was an unnecessary level of...
Yes, so regarding the message, one of the parameters for each of the rules is a message.
Yep.
So basically the user still controls the message.
Right.
The reuse simplifies the expat expression, so they don't need basically to enter the exact expat expression, but rather they will set up some parameters, yes.
Yes, but we're not asking our users to do that. We're not asking our users to do the expat. These two columns are just me and my colleague on the committee. And the reason we put that here is for checking the integrity of the line and for my fetch of the spreadsheet content in GitHub in order to synthesize the schematron. These are here not for the end users. Columns.
I was thinking that you allowed the end users to...
We do not.
Oh.
In fact, they don't have editing. They contribute to this with comments, and then Britta and I incorporate the comments into the final work. So columns K and L are implementation. Columns M and N are the only part that we ask for input from our users.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, that's the user.
I was thinking that because you use the spreadsheet, you want them to interact with that.
Not for columns K and L, no.
Okay.
No. I guess a crude way of saying that is that I don't trust them to, not that mine are perfect, but I don't trust my particular user community to know what to put in columns K and L. Another question.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I can see why, and I've done similar things myself, why you don't wish to put the burden of XPath knowledge on your users and have them provide the error messages which you're then interpreting.
Yep.
I think that makes a lot of sense. What I've had some success with in the past that non-technical users can contribute are examples and counterexamples.
Oh, excellent.
Which, for example, you can build into something like XSpec for Schematron and use to test your own rules to make sure that those examples and counterexamples are still valid. So perhaps that's something you might want to consider as well.
Yeah, examples and counterexamples. I think that could be very useful. Thank you. This is wonderful. This is the kind of feedback that I wanted in preparing this presentation for today. So I thank you for helping me. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Oh, right. Forget that.
Works well enough? Okay, thanks. I just saw the the tweets about the logo. So I'll try to make it short, so not too many jokes. But I saw that and then I thought about this. I'm just adding to the confusion. Sorry about that, Tony. But I'm going to talk about the romantic adventures of a pink bunny. Sorry for adding to the confusion. More correctly, I'm going to talk about Accomontoso and how to restrict Accomontoso using Schematron. So briefly about the context. Okay, this is all screenshots, so I hope it's enough detail so you can follow along. But the context is the legislation and parliamentary reports publication of the Swiss federal government. So that's the context. And what you see here is a law published. We did the HTML from the original docx, Microsoft Word files that are used to make a fine PDF, which has been the official publication format for the laws in Switzerland. And starting the 1st of June, so this is rather new, last week, there is an ordinance saying that the Swiss official publications also need to be in a machine-readable format. So there was little debate of what the machine-readable format mandated would be. It would be XML, and it would be Accomontoso. So in comes Accomontoso. Shortly, I think it was pretty obvious. It's an OASIS standard working on exchange of legislation documents. And so there is this initiative, legal XML or legal ML at OASIS. There is the legal document, which is then about the format for the documents. There's also stuff about rulings, and I'm not going to delve too much into this. We're talking about Accomontoso as being accepted the XML schema or the XML vocabulary for legislative documents and parliamentary reports. Anything official. It's a very broad. Let's show some XML. I hope it has visible detail. This is the act in Accomontoso, and Accomontoso is a very, very flexible format because so that's why we are talking about this in a Schematron user meeting. It's a very flexible schema because of the international span of all the different legislations, or at least the ambition. So what you see here is there is this chapter, so it's just a snippet. I put some red arrows there. It's not even clear for me, sorry. I put some red arrows there just to show in a chapter, in what we legally call a chapter in Switzerland, is there's articles, but there can also be sections. So here's the flexibility of value. And in Swiss legislation, or at least in the federal Swiss legislation, the leaf of at least an identifiable piece of a legal legislation hierarchy is the article. And the article has paragraphs, and the paragraphs are the thing where we allow real textual content. All the rest is hierarchical containers and titles. The interesting twist here is that we're having similar discussions about doing this for the canton of Zurich, which is like 50. I don't live in Switzerland. 50 to 100 kilometer max from Bern, and there they have paragraphs with articles in there. So already there's a difference in hierarchy. Semantic hierarchical meaning of the concept. So, okay, Accomontoso has been very, very valuable for us. But we cannot allow sub-chapters to have chapters, and then subsections have chapters, and then have sections again. So we want to restrict that. And Akomontoso has a wrong button. Akomontoso has a mechanism for that. This is a screenshot from a presentation Monica Palmirani and Fabio Vitali did 3 years ago at Balissage about customization of Akomontoso. I apologize for not having the family names right immediately. It's a bit, in the Akomontoso community, it's a bit like saying Mohammed and Yirka on this floor. And then everybody knows who you're talking about. There's a lot of hard work from these people. They're the chair of the technical committee of Akomontoso. And if you're watching, Monica or Fabio, thank you. So this paper, it's worth a read. I sent the slides already to Tony, so you can publish, or maybe I can throw on tweet. It's just screenshots, but there are links there. Have a read in the paper if you're interested in Akomontoso. It shows mechanisms, and it also shows tools for making this mechanism of restricting Akomontoso for your or customizing it for your local legislation. How to do so. The fun thing is we hired someone for a second opinion, and the first thing this person asked, where's your sub schema? Because it's very, very common. The sub schema usually in most projects is by using this tool generated from the schema by switching some boxes, and just to show something that's interesting for what I'm going to do next. This is a very, very helpful thing where you can just select, I have the example of the chapter there. I can select that from the entire hierarchy that's allowed inside the chapter, I can just say that, no, all I want is sections and articles at the lower level and nothing above. And to be honest, I don't want textual content in the chapter, and I can have a number and I can have a heading. So when you do that for all the hierarchical components in your Akomontoso Act, and then you push the button, just like I do now, and you get a generated subschema. So the section here is the original section. I didn't change that, but the chapter has an extension with an assert, saying that basically from everything you would be able to expect, only the hierarchical components, section and article are allowed. So this is the generated subschema. So where's the schematron in this story? Wrong button again. I can do the same restriction using schematron. And in a few minutes, I'm going to explain why we decided very, very early on to not go the subschema way, changing the schema as it was, but choosing schematron for this. It's fairly obvious. It's just the, please look at this. If you really want to see schematron and tags, this is, no, there's another one, but this basically is 1 out of 2 where you see schematron code. So I'm just restricting the chapter into being either a section or a well, there's more to it than in the previous example, but there's an article and section in there. And you may note that in order to have a certain level of compliance with Akomontoso, you should use identifiers on the parts. We decided to only have identifiers on the parts that we do need for legal analysis. So I'm actually putting assert statements in there. The identification is optional, and I make it mandatory, not by setting the switch on the subschema generator, but by having a test that we need this identifier. Okay. Talking about If you do customization, you do restriction and maybe extension. I have this example to talk about a very interesting feature of Acco Montoso. It's the metadata. It's very much grounded. Well, it uses Ferber, and it's very much grounded into semantic technologies. So I can be very, very precise. There is a Ferber date on this manifestation. I want this Ferber date to be an into force date, but not just something that everyone understands as being an into force date, but as the into force date we define in the ontology. So I make a reference. There's an itchy thing about it. I can be very precise about what, if I say this is an XML document, what do I mean with an XML document? It's an XML document as we define it in the ontology, a user format XML, and the label is it's Acco Montoso. That gives us the option to move away from it in next versions and have a Acco Montoso for Swiss version 4 or whatever. But the refers to attribute was not allowed on the Ferber date. It's a bit a weird example because I got a message from the technical committee that they will add the refers to on the next iteration of the standard. But for now, I did not want to change, as per their suggestion, the schema, but I just added one. But so I can add FedLex namespace attributes everywhere. But I want to, my extension actually is a, almost done. My extension actually is a restriction of the full extensibility of the foreign namespace attributes by saying if you're using the FedLex, if you're using attributes in the FedLex namespace, make sure that they're only allowed on a Ferber date element, and the local name needs to be refers to. There's a lot to say about the quality of the schematron. We did the schematron to basically enable ourselves. We're very ambitious with the schematron, so the quality will improve. Right now, it's just a convenience hack. So why bother in the first place? I have two bulleted slides. This is one of them. Quality assurance. The background of this is that we started 2 years ago with analyzing the Word documents they have on reports, on legislation, on consolidated legislation, and we were building transformers. But you analyze a couple hundred documents, then you analyze a couple of thousand documents, then you go into production and you transform 15,000 and bugs appear. So being very clear about a whole set of quality rules in a schematron, we managed to fix quite some issues in the transformer, and we managed to learn things. Like out of sort of 15,000 documents, we found one document that our top level, if it's there, it can be a book. But we can never have a title with a book inside, except in one document that was an ancient document coming from some treaty. So Schematron told us, like, oh, here you have a book inside the title and not the title inside the book. And so we had to change the Schematron, simply because this one document was valid with a book inside the title. Title not being a heading, but being a legislation container. So our schema evolved, or subschema in Schematron evolved as we continued. Where are we going to use this in future? Well, currently it's mainly as a quality assurance for the transformation, both being the batch and the production transformation of new documents. But we want to put the schematron as part of a documentation of our subschema in, well, we have to publish it, what's exactly in there, and we want it to be an enabler also for the authoring. Give it 3-4 years, and we might not have to transform everything from the docx continuously. We might go for an XML-only workflow. or an XML all workflow. Okay. I was tempted to mention the fact that I described the project and some of the issues we had with all the transformation at Balisage last year. I did a presentation. I have not yet, for, let's say, reasons of physical inconveniences related to the intersect between me aging and me doing stupid things in the mountains. It's not yet there. The abstract is there. Achim warned me about Chinese democracy, and I quote, Chinese democracy languished in development hell for 8 years. It's about XProg 3, the paper. In 8 years, it would be about XProg 5, so it's not going to take 8 years. But now we're there. I want to point out that you still have a week to enter a late-breaking submission for Balisage. Last slide. Why Schematron as a subschema? I'm preaching to the choir now, I think. Flexibility. We did find that the declarative nature allowed us to make changes and still keep things robust. And I basically wanted to tear apart the fact that there is a OASIS standard, and we're doing a customization of that standard, and we wanted to keep that in 2 different layers so they can evolve and we can evolve without having to take care about or to think too much about what the others are doing. And multilingual, Switzerland, well, we're publishing in 5 languages, and the authors at least speak 3 languages. So yes, it's like a feature from Schematron that's going to help us a lot. Basically, that's it. Thank you for your attention. Just mentioning well, the company I'm working with to do this, and the Swiss government that allowed me to talk about it. Thank you. I would suggest, David, that we don't do questions and that we allow Michael to take some time. If anyone wants to talk to me about this, I will be around.
We have one more speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're interested in what I would have presented, you can ask me during lunch. I hope you still are patient for another 10 minutes of Schematron, and then we will wrap up this session.
Okay, seems to work. I think it's better to stand in the spotlight, at least if it's for 4 minutes or so. Again, as the day before yesterday and today, what I've heard is all very, very interesting, and we could discuss for hours. My little talk is just a quick report from reality, and I noticed on the day before yesterday that the preconditions in a content management system are way less fancy. People don't see angle brackets there. They have an editor, which is basically something like author mode. They usually opt to see the tags, but it's just like little images, so they don't see the full XML in all its quality. They handle this, they use drag and drop, and they enter text, and they just do kind of simple things. And also, most of the cases, they know their XML schema or a DTD that they are using. That is the company. I jump over this. And a few years ago, when we adopted Schematron as an addition to what we are offering our users to enable them to improve their content, because that is key for all automation. Sometimes I call our company an XML company, sometimes I talk about an automation company, but because in the end it's all batch production of content. So you have to rely on the quality of the XML that is in the content management system. So we never allow anything that is not validated into the content management system. But So that is a given prerequisite, but the problem comes right next. Initially, when we developed this, we offered training on Schematron, how to use it. Basically, it's an XPath training or an XPath workshop, and the initial adoption was quite slow. People were, most probably it was too complicated for them, or they did not understand, or we did not communicate the benefits enough. And when we started to offer training on the job, that is a workshop with a dedicated customer with exactly their problem, not a generic stuff. Just that is your DTD, that is your XML schema, and that is your problem, how to deal with that. And then they learn by example. And after a 3-hour workshop or so, then usually they can go on their own if there's at least one person that is technically savvy enough to kind of get an initial grasp of XPath. Since we have an XPath search in our tools, they detected that already and may have some experience with that. The use cases that they use Schematron rules for is I looked at a few rules that we have on file with in our company, is primarily to disallow legacy structures. Our customers usually had a content management system before, or they have existing documentation before, and when they come aboard, in many cases, there's unfortunately a migration project. They bring content over. They cannot rework everything. So the XML schema that we use, and we are flexible, we support any schema, any DTD, has usually some elements, some contributions which are too weak for a modern world, but to take over the existing content to publish it, it's quite a necessity. So we always weigh these factors. Another important thing is that usually different groups work in the same company. They use the same XML schema or DTD, but they have different requirements for the output formats. For instance, if you create data sheets, you might not want to use as deeply structured content as if you do a manual, where you allow lists of maybe level 3 or level. We have a customer support team on one customer. They use lists down to level 4. But all the other groups with user manuals, they only want the maximum of 2 levels of lists. But it's a recursive list model, so the data is valid until level whatever you can think of. So we have to stop them from doing that because the formatting instructions only support so and so many indents in the lists. As one of our output formats is Microsoft Word, and you probably are aware that Word has no knowledge of ignorable whitespace. So that if by accident you have some leading whitespace, tools like a 10-house formatter are XML savvy, they can drop that. If you publish the same thing in the direction of Word, then we try to alert users that they have whitespace on unwanted locations. And so basically, and the last one is mitigating failures in schema or DTD design is a thing we see quite often. Because once you have implemented it, chances are someone has used this even though they shouldn't do, and instead of kind of going through all the content and trying to fix this, sometimes it's easier to use this schema subsetting and using a Schematron rule. And it's tightly integrated in the tool, and if we flag a Schematron finding as an error, they cannot check it into the database. So a warning is just an annoyance, but if it's an error, it's treated as if the content is not valid according to the XML schema, for instance. So it's really a hard border to block people from inserting that. So that is just kind of, it's 2 real-world examples from one customer. The first one, it just says if you find a heading inside something which is called text, there should be no element in front of the heading. So that's fairly obvious. From my point of view, that is just a schema error. That should never have been allowed. So the details are usually more complex, and there is a reason why this is the case, but now they want the heading to be the first thing in its container, in the text container. That's easy. But the same team at the same customer, after such a workshop I described earlier, we discussed the solution with, as you can see, the rather complex rule I'm not going into details, but you can see that they are not refraining from using more complex context constructs or even using XPath 3.1 rules in the test attribute. If that's just, otherwise you can't just describe it, so you use the tools that are available. And I have to confess that learned a lot of query binding today, and we just actually don't care. It's XSLT2 in each of our scripts, but since everything is handled by Saxon PE 9 something in the backend, it just accepts XPath 3.1 because it can, and so it does. But we will fix this and try to be more standards compliant. One thing we noticed in the very beginning is as we have an editor which primarily you see the elements, but the attributes are in a different view, and you see the text content, and also what Ken was referring to, how to enter the content, how to make it more approachable for non-programmers. One thing from my point of view would be, why is in Schematron, why is all the good thing hidden in attributes? This was also the question regarding query languages. If, for instance, the test itself, the X-query with this language binding, would be element content, then you could have as well XML as kind of the query. So it just, from my point of view, it makes it a little bit harder for users. Users have to go into an XML editor in text mode and enter all the attributes and do the right thing. It would equally be possible to put all these context information, the condition, how we called it in some earlier implementation, to put that as, take that as PC data. And if you look closely, we had a recursion here, so we can have a context. We do a test, and then we have if true, if false, and underneath the if true and false, we can have another test. So that is also something that is not kind of readily available. You just have to create more elaborate context in Schematron. But we could, but we haven't done this. We could kind of create something like that and then pre-process it into regular Schematron. That would be no problem. But this is kind of, and from my point of view, that would make Schematron more. There's no chance that this will happen. I'm totally fine with the existing solution, but that would have made adoption for non-programmers, from my point of view, a little bit easier. So, but that's, well, it's a decision some 20 years ago, and we live with that. It's the same with the stuff that some of us don't like on XML, like the single root element and stuff like that. It's been around for 20 years. We can live with that. It doesn't block us from doing good things. So that was just the last stumbling block before the lunch. And so from my point of view, thank you very much for the conference. I will be around at lunch in case you want to discuss further things with me or my colleagues, and I hope to see that we see each other again next year and the year after next year in London and or in Prague. Thank you very much.
Yes, so lunch is called. I've heard lunch is calling. Thank you very much for being here. This was the 5th Schematron users meetup in Prague. I hope we will see you next year at Markup UK or in 2 years at the next XML Prague conference or on any of the other conferences that will be this year. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there will be lunch in the same location as in past 2 days, and we will meet here shortly before 2:30, and there will be session by Stephen Pemberton about making some magic, making invisible an XML. So you can learn in more detail how to write and process XML. So enjoy your lunch. Okay, so we will start with afternoon sessions, and my pleasure is to welcome Stephen Pemberton, and he will have tutorial on IXML. Welcome.
Thank you. All right, so if you were here for my talk yesterday, you'll know roughly the background to Invisible XML. It's a method, you could at least see it as a method for treating non-XML documents so that they fit into the XML pipeline. It's a hands-on tutorial, which means you're expected to write some IXML documents now. So please go to that URL. For those of you online, it says www.cwi.nl/Stephen/IXML/tutorial. And that you can follow along on that. There's more detail to the slides that I'm giving. The tutorial is designed so that I talk for about 5 minutes, and then you write for about 5 minutes. You produce some examples and try them out, and then I talk again for another 5 minutes. The tutorial is actually designed as a 3-hour tutorial, and we've got 1.5 hours, so a bit of mental mathematics now, arithmetic that tells me that we'll be able to do about half of it. But that's not a problem, because the tutorial is actually also designed to be able to use it for self-teaching. So we're going to do the stuff today as far as we can, and then you can do the rest at home. Or if you want, there's also a video. This is the second time I've given this tutorial. I gave it last November in Amsterdam, and if you missed the story, I got attacked by a group of people with sharp knives who drugged me and then cut my throat, but luckily they were surgeons and nurses, so they had my best interests at heart. But what it meant was that I had to give the tutorial actually from my hospital bed. So you don't actually see me in view, you just see the slides, and I'm speaking from my hospital bed and giving the tutorial. These slides are also online. You can find them on my homepage, which you can find by Googling my name. And all the examples you get, you'll find them at the end of the tutorial. So there's a drop-down that gives you all the chapters, and one of the last chapters is answers to exercises. So I'll start talking. Then when you come to the first exercise, then I'll tell you how to access the software, which is just a web service, so you can just do it from a browser. So how does IXML work? You have one or more documents, essentially in a non-XML format. You supply an IXML description of the format that it's in, and that can include details about how it should be, the details of how it should be converted to XML, as you will have seen yesterday. And then the IXML processor uses the description to read and convert that document to XML. So we'll dive straight in. And I'll be using lots of examples with dates, because the nice thing about dates is they've got structure, but there are lots of different versions of dates, lots of different formats, so we can handle them as comparisons. So, a date. What does a date consist of? Well, here we have the first IXML rule. A date, followed by a colon. A date is a day, a month, and a year. So there's a commas between the three things, and it's terminated with a full stop. Then we define the subparts. A day is either a digit or a digit followed by a digit. So the semicolon means or, and so it's got two options. It's either a single digit or 2 digits. A digit is just a list of those. So they're strings separated by semicolons, and you can use single or double quotes around your literal strings. So it means those are literal elements that have to be in the input. Similarly, a month can be any one of those 12 values. And finally, a year is 4 digits. Now, there's one thing I left out, because I said a date is a day followed by a month followed by a year, but what there is actually also is a space between those things. So we have to change that to a date is a day followed by a space, followed by a month, followed by a space, followed by the year. So if I run this through IXML, this is what comes out. Basically, everything that's been identified is surrounded by the element tags that say how that thing was identified. So this is where you get to do your first example. So you have to go to about the third chapter. There are a couple of introductory chapters, but the third one that's called, I think, How It Works. Down at the bottom you'll find the exercise, and in that exercise contains a link that if you click it, it will create another tab where you can upload an IXML file and an input file. And so you can copy your bits of your IXML file from the presentation there, so you don't have to do much typing. And then you have to submit that file plus the input. Any old date will do, but it's up to you. And run it, and you should get back a screen that says, this was the grammar, this was the input, and this is the result. So I leave it now up to you. And in the meantime, I shall watch as people submit stuff.
Would you be so kind just to show the URL again?
It was www.cwi.nl/tilde/IXML/tutorial. So this is my server waiting to receive files, and as they come in, you'll see them be processed. Somebody's already submitted something. Well done, whoever that was. Oh, bless you. Number 2. Number 3. Yes. It does complain about the line ending.
Save your file with Unix line ending.
Okay, well, in fact, the file shouldn't have a line ending at all because we haven't added that to the description. So, in fact, save the file without any line ending. Sorry?
The IXML file should have.
Oh, the IXML should have, yeah, sure.
Unix line ending.
Oh, does it not work with regular ones? It ought to. I'm surprised. Okay, thanks. We're nearly there, I think. Any questions, any problems? Don't know if there's anybody watching online and how they're meant to send any questions. But people online, if you're watching, if you need to ask any questions, if you send it tagged with XML Prague, then it will come up on the screen here, and I'll be able to see it. Thank you, Thomas, for posting the URL on Twitter. Does anybody want a bit more time, or shall I move on? Move on? All right. The next bit's very short, and we'll take you back to this this example anyway. Okay. So. You should have got an output that looked like that. Now the thing is, we're not interested in those digits at all. We're only interested in the day, month, and year. But we fix that then by adding a minus before the rule for digit. And that just says, we're not interested in seeing that in that element in the serialization, so please leave it out. So if you make that change, the output should now look like that. So that's your next task, is to change the rule for digit so that it's got a minus in front of it. Yes, that happens faster. Anybody want any more time? Then we'll move on. So that's the basic method then of producing an XML that encloses the elements you want. As you will have seen yesterday, it's also possible to put data into attributes. So if you, for instance, put an @ sign before the year, then the year will turn up as an attribute of the element and not as an element. What happens with attributes is that even if you haven't got a minus before the digit doesn't show up, of course. The word digit doesn't show up. You only get the element content of whatever year expands to. So basically, all the elements are taken away. You only get the content put into the attribute. So anyway, that's your next task, is to make them all attributes. So the year, the day, and the month, all of them attributes. Yeah, a question? What's up?
The output is of 0. It comes like this.
So what have you done wrong with the day, month, year? Rule name expected. Date is day, comma, month, comma, year. And then a day. Yeah. And is this the first thing you sent, or the first earlier one work?
No, that was the first one I sent.
This was the first one you sent. Yeah. Is this a Windows machine?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you try it with Unix line endings to see if that fixes it? In which case, that's my mistake, but for which I apologize. But I thought that had been fixed, and I'm surprised that.
Was wollen wir jetzt hier?
Encoding.
Da ist kein Unix drin.
Ich glaube, das speichern runter. Nochmal File, Save As.
Oh Gott.
Speichern runter. Und dann kann man das hier durch.
Unix script file.
Ja,
this is a Unix script file. What shall I save it?
Unix line ending. So with that's just with a line feed rather than a carriage return line feed.
Okay. Das kriegst du nicht hin über das Speichern runter.
I choose the lines and
It fixed it.
just a little. The result is there is unused tool.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's something different. So let me see. Month, year. Oh yes, you've got date rather than day. Oh, you've got date. Oh, but date has to be first.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point.
But this should work. Okay, that's
So
all.
it's something that I didn't say, but the top level element, so in this case date, has to be the first rule. The first rule is the one that says what the format of the document is, and then all the others, it doesn't matter what order they're in, but the first one must be the top level one.
Is there a reason for that white space?
Oh, well, I'm just about to handle that. But there is, and I'm going to show you how to fix it. Yeah, can I move on? It looks like lots and lots of submissions happening. So, if that last one worked, you should have got something that looks like this, where you've got the day, month, and the year as attributes, and you haven't got an empty element. And the reason that you haven't got an empty element is because all the input characters end up in the output unless you specify otherwise. So every single character that was in the input is also going to turn up in the output, plus the necessary elements. So if you don't want those spaces, I mean, the spaces are there because we've got a space between the day and the month and the year, and they've also ended up in the input. So if you don't want those spaces, then you put a minus before the strings for the spaces in the definition of date, and then you will get an empty element. So that's your next task, to change it so that you delete from the output the spaces at the top level. Ooh. Ready to move on, or would you like some more time? I shall move on. So, you should have got an empty element in that case. Now, so I now want to show you how to do options. So we've defined a day as either a digit or a digit followed by a digit. But there's another easier way of writing that, to say that a day is a digit followed by an optional digit, where you put a question mark after something. So that's your next task, to do that. And try both, whether you make the first digit an option or the second one, see if it makes any difference. And experiment, for instance, make the year optional as well. See a bug in my system that somebody submitted an empty file and that my program didn't properly deal with it, so I shall write that down as a reminder to myself to fix. Submission's still coming in thick and fast. Yeah, question? I beg your pardon, the?
ASCII characters?
What?
The key, the names of the keys, like day, digit, etc.
It's more or less the same as the definition of an XML name.
Okay, so
not quite.
Umlauts, for example, should
Yeah,
work.
umlaut should work. Does it not working?
No, I have some error. But maybe I have some other syntax problem.
I have date with an.
And is that a single character, or is it a combination of two characters?
It's a single character.
Okay.
Simply. It doesn't work.
Okay, you're probably right that this version doesn't. Yeah, so it's meant. So this is a bug in my system. So. So the other implementations will do that properly. It's not intentionally, no. It should be open, that's right. Yeah. It's any XML name, more or less.
have another question.
Yeah.
I just tried to provoke an error result.
Oh, yeah.
And this is why I wrote November with 2 M's.
Yeah.
November.
Yeah.
But now he tells me I see an N. I think that's meant the N from November.
Yeah.
But he said permitted is just September. This is
Oh well, that's also an error. That should give the whole list of all, the whole list. Okay, I'm sorry. I
want to
all right.
understand how it works.
Yeah.
Because then it would be
So it doesn't match November.
Yeah.
And so then
course.
it says, well, I see an N, but I can't.
but why September? This I just
So that's it should give the whole list
just
there.
Because.
And okay. That's another bug of mine that I shall correct. Okay, I'm going to move on, if that's all right with you. So if you did try to make the year optional by putting a question mark after it, then the year will indeed be optional, but not the space before it. So that you would have to have the space there even if the year wasn't there. Well, we can fix that by, let's say, making an optional year with a question mark after it, where the optional year consists of the space and the year. But better is to use grouping, where we group the bit that we want to make optional and put the question mark after it. So that if you run that then through the system, then you will get the day and the month, but no year mentioned because there's no year in the input. So your next exercise is to change the definition of year so that it can either be 2 digits or 4 digits, and to do that using grouping and a question mark. Okay? Okay if I move on, or would anybody like a little more time? Okay, so you can specify repetition of characters using, or repetition of anything actually, using a plus. So for instance, in the case of strings here, if I say day and then a space plus, it means any number of spaces, and similarly any number of spaces between the month and the year. You can add a star after anything, and it means 0 or more. So for instance, in this case here, date, we've got 0 or more spaces before the day, and then 1 or more between day and month, and 1 or more between the year. Another way of doing the same thing would be to define a rule called S, which represents spacing, and then make it optional before the day and then required between the day and the month and the year. Anyway, you can also use plus so that you can then allow several dates on the input by putting a plus after date. So that's your next exercise. To do all that, to make spaces optional before the date, more than one between date and month and year, and to allow several dates after one another on the input, on a single line. Okay. Okay, if I move on, I see still actually lots of submissions, so maybe I should just wait a minute or two more. Yeah, and I'm going to show you in the next slide how to fix that. But yeah, they all have to be on the same line. So let me go there straight away. So the problem is you can't put them on separate lines because there's a new line character in there, so we need to specify how you specify new lines. Well, for that we need encoded characters that aren't necessarily visible. I mean, you can include any Unicode character in a string except for new lines because a string has to remain on one line. But some characters are not particularly visible. You can't see there's a difference. So, for instance, a tab is #9, or a non-breaking space is #A0. So those are just the hexadecimal numbers of the character in the Unicode sequence, its position in the Unicode sequence. So these match just a single character in the input. You can include them in character sets like this, which I will treat shortly, which allows you to include several different characters. You don't include them inside strings, they're just freestanding things. So to add new lines, you need to say #A for Unix new lines and #DA, character return line feed, for, or is it, yeah, DA for Windows input. So your next exercise is to add new lines to your definition of multiple dates so that you allow new lines in the input, and then to put the dates on different lines. Any questions? Okay, good. Interesting. Going to move on. So in the earlier example, we had digit is and then the list of the 10 possible values, but you're allowed to do it's possible to do a shorthand by just in square brackets saying 0 to 9, and then that's just any one of those characters. So a character set like that with square brackets, it matches any one character that's included in the set. And there are other ways of specifying a set. You can have several possibilities, for instance, lowercase a to lowercase z, or uppercase a to uppercase z. Oh, there's a missing quote there. Or you could just have a single string of the characters, or you can combine them in any ways. So these all match a single character taken from the set. In the software you're using, you can only use ASCII characters in the ranges at the moment, although any of the other strings you can include any Unicode character you like, but the ranges don't yet work for random Unicode characters, just as a warning. Similarly, you can do the opposite of what's in a set. So you use a tilde before one of those character sets to mean any character that's not included, so the complement of that character set. So for instance, if you wanted to define a string, you could say a string is a double quote, and then any 0 or more characters that are not a double quote, and then followed by a double quote. A quote, any number of characters that aren't a quote, followed by a quote. Now, an empty set doesn't match anything, so that means that tilde, an empty set, matches any single character at all, a bit like dot in a regular expression. So your next exercise is now not with dates, is to create an IXML that recognizes a list of strings with spaces between them, and I think it gives you an example of the input and the output on the tutorial page. Any questions? Okay. All right, shall we move on? Is that all right? Anybody want more time? Yell if you do. Okay, so we've seen repetition for spaces and for dates, for instance, using star and plus. But you can also specify another sort of repetition which says it's repeated with something between it. So for instance, in this case here, we've got numbers separated by commas, and so we do a double plus and then a comma as a string, and then that would just recognize whatever a number is, each one separated from the next by a comma. If you wanted to separate by commas and spaces, then you would do the plus plus, bracketed, comma, and then any number of spaces, 0 or more spaces. And this works with star star as well for 0 or more. So anything can follow the plus plus or the star star. And by the way, if you looked at earlier versions of IXML, you only had a single plus there, but now it's become a double plus for reasons that I don't want to go in now. But you can have anything after a plus plus or a star star, a rule name, a group, a literal, a character set, anything. So I now want you to modify your previous example where you had a list of strings to make it a list of strings separated by commas and spaces if you want. Well, we're actually doing quite well for time because this is the last slide that I imagined we would handle today. So, we're doing quite well. Apart from using the question mark for identifying something that can be optional, there's another way of being able to do it. For instance, if we'd specified a year as being the 4 digits or nothing, or if you want to make it more obvious, 4 digits and empty, where empty is nothing, then if you apply it to a date without a year, we get an empty year element instead of no year element at all. So when we did just use a question mark against it, we didn't get any element for year. But now this way, it matches to year except that it's empty. So, there are 2 ways of doing alternates, if you like. Now the idea was for you to actually do something off your own bat and use iXML to define an email address. I'll let you decide what you accept as an email address and how you want to structure it. But to write a small, it's fairly simple iXML that reads a line that contains an email address and returns the XML of that. Any questions? Okay. How are we doing? Anybody want more time, or shall I move on? Submission's still happening fairly regularly. Well, I will talk a bit more because the next bit is an interesting discussion. So, the purpose of XML is to convert non-XML formats into XML. It's not necessarily about checking that the input is correct. All we want is the structure. So, for instance, in the dates that we specified, it also accepts dates like 0 January 2021 or 99th of December 9876. And frankly, we may not care because we know that the date is correct. We're not interested in checking it. We just want to get it into a structured format. On the other hand, you might want to, for different reasons, you might want to do some checking. And you'll see some examples of where it is important. So if we want to use iXML to check the data, then we can tighten up the definition, in particular of day, by excluding 0 as a single digit and only allowing two-digit numbers up to 31. So how do we do that? Well, we say a day is an optional 0 followed by a digit from 1 to 9, or it's 1 or 2 followed by a digit, or it's 30, or it's 31. So that says that basically it can be anything up to 31 with the leading 0 for single digits if you want, and up to 31. So your next exercise is to take your date example again and rewrite it so that it's only restricted to dates between 1 and 31 for the day. Any questions? Got a quarter of an hour left. Okay, I think this will be the last slide. So I'll do this slide, one more exercise, and then the last 5 minutes I'll sort of wrap up and answer any questions you might have. So up to now, our iXMLs have only been accepting a single format and converting that. But now we're going to add another date format so that it recognizes either of them. So apart from the dates that we've been accepting up to now, day, month, year, we're going to add ISO dates, where an ISO date is a year, a hyphen which gets deleted, a numeric month, a hyphen, and a day, where a numeric month is just 2 digits. So, so for ISO dates then, we would get something looking like this. So this exercise now is to add ISO dates. So you should use the form that accepts several dates over several lines. And each line can either be a simple textual date or an ISO date. And it will recognize each of those. So that's your next exercise. And then in 5 minutes' time, I'll just stop to wrap up and answer questions. All right, so that's 5.2. So we didn't get through all of the tutorial. We got through about 2/3 of it, which is good. But the rest you can do from home by yourselves. So are there any questions or comments before we wrap up? Yes. I'll give you the microphone in case.
You're saying that I like the innovation in the grammar by using the plus plus and then the separator. That avoids some clumsy constructs that you usually would have to do. So that's nice. Thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Yeah. In fact, that comes from an earlier research project I did where we discovered that made life so much easier because there are so many structures that look like that it's good to have a syntactic variant that recognizes it. Any other questions? Any other comments? So as you probably heard, oh yeah, you'll have some more here.
Well, another design thing. At some moment we had a grammar rule that started with an optional space.
Yes.
And that's something that I tend to avoid in grammar rules because it makes it more difficult to reuse your symbols because you always have to realize there may be a space that can be ambiguous. So I always use the spaces in between symbols and not at the end or start of rules.
Right, right. Well, that's indeed a choice where you want to put your spaces. What I'm thinking about doing for Declarative Amsterdam is doing an advanced IXML tutorial where we discuss exactly that sort of issue. Yeah. So you probably heard that IXML officially got released yesterday. Yesterday, yeah. So at invisiblexml.org you can find not only the specification, you can find example grammars, you can find at least 2 other implementations which are actually probably better than this one because they do properly accept Unicode in ranges and stuff like that. Example grammars and tutorial and introductory material. So if there are no other questions, no other comments, then I thank you all for being here and see you next year.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And probably there is the last chance to get the coffee. So there is now coffee break, and we will meet in 30 minutes. And there will be a session by Mike Kay, when you will be able to ask probably any question about Saxon and Saxon products. Okay, so see you after the coffee break. edition, and there will be Saxon's Users Forum, which will be, what a surprise, led and moderated by Mike Kay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've got lots of things that you want to say during this session, because if you haven't, it's going to be a very short session. I'm going to give you a very quick update on where we are with Saxonica and with the product line, and hopefully that will stimulate you to say, to ask questions about all the things I haven't said that are the burning issues for you. Introductions. I'm here from Saxonica, Michael Kay. My colleague O'Neill Del Prat, who's been working the last couple of years primarily on the Saxon C product, and my colleague Ankita Mohinta, who is our new marketing and commercial manager. And if you're a customer rather than just a user, then you've probably had dealings with Ankita, but you can now attach a face to the name. I now have to walk to find my... So, a short update on the state of the product, and then questions and discussion. So think about the burning questions that you want to ask. So first of all, the company, Saxonica, been going since 2004. In the early days, it was half consultancy and half product business, but the aim always was to establish a product business, and we got to that position fairly quickly. It's quite a while now since we've done any consultancy. I still think it would be nice to do some occasionally, but only if it takes us out for a few days, because it's nice to talk to customers. That's the nice thing about doing consultancy. As it is, we often have very little idea what our customers and users are doing. Perhaps that's something we can fix a little bit today. We're still at the level of 6 staff, which we've been for quite a while, but there has been a little bit of change. John Lumley, who's often presented at conferences like here, decided to take retirement. He took it a little bit slowly and reluctantly. He said he was going for quite a long time before he actually went. And even now he occasionally pops his head up and answers questions and helps us out with code that he wrote. So it's been a very friendly parting, and he's still around. Sue Schreiber was Ankita's predecessor as commercial and marketing manager. She also retired in 2020, but we still see her occasionally. She's organizing a Saxonica barbecue at the moment. She's become our social secretary. We're running at a turnover level of a little short of $1 million, about 900K last year. It's not rapid growth. I think it fluctuates more with the exchange rates than with anything else, because we get revenue in different currencies, and that fluctuates a fair bit. But the company remains profitable, and we're making healthy margins and able to invest back in the product. My aspiration for the company has always been that we would stay small, but we'd bring in enough revenue to support all the community activities that we do, as well as being able to support an open source model, as well as supporting a commercial business model. And that's been something that I rate as highly successful. My wife says I've failed in my objective of staying small, but 6 is still fairly small. We've got an office in Reading, UK, which is ridiculous, but it keeps me out of the house. Most of us are working at home, and working quite happily at home. It's become the normal way of working. So the product, well, I think of the product now in terms of 3 dimensions. What languages are we supporting? What platforms are we running on? And then the different editions of the product. And although it's 3 dimensions, that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean there are crosses in every box where those 3 dimensions intersect. we've renamed the platforms to get a consistent naming structure that reflects that three-dimensional sort of pattern. And so you'll be gradually getting used to seeing Saxon J, Saxon CS without the hyphen. So the first part of the product name reflects what platform it's on, and then after that, hyphen addition and so on. And I'll just say a little bit about what the state of each of those platforms is. So Saxon J, which is still very much the flagship product, the Java product. The last major release was in February. There have been a couple of maintenance releases since then. What was new in that release? Well, quite a lot of the things I talked about at Prague 2 years ago in terms of experimental new syntax and function library extensions. Those are not stable yet. I still class them as experimental. One thing that I haven't achieved over the last couple of years is to get a community group working to actually stabilize those specifications. And that's got to be high on my to-do list for the next year. Overlapping with that is improved JSON support, because quite a lot of those extensions are about making it more possible to support JSON. In particular, I quite like some of the things in the design about how you process JSON with template rules, using a similar sort of recursive descent model to the way you're used to doing with XML. One of Norm's contributions since he joined the company is to integrate the catalog resolution into the product. So he's produced a new version of the Oasis catalog resolver, and that's now very deeply integrated into Saxon, not just for accessing XML resources, but for accessing all other kinds of resources as well. So it's become more than just we did have a very sort of disparate model of how you handle different kinds of resources, and that's all been very much integrated into a single framework. So that involves redesign of a lot of the sort of callback APIs for resolving URIs, as well as the catalog infrastructure. And part of that, looking further down, functional interfaces for callbacks. A lot of those old Java callback APIs really needed modernizing, and we've taken a good hard look at those, made a lot of them into functional interfaces so you can provide callbacks for error reporting, URI resolution, all those sort of things in the form of Lambda expressions, which makes it read much more nicely. It's much more convenient than writing anonymous classes and so on. So we've, it sort of reflects a general policy towards moving forwards while retaining backwards compatibility, which is that we're nothing like as rigid about backwards compatibility as some people are, as the JDK are, for example. We try to modernize our APIs while retaining as much support for things that are likely to be used in the field as possible. But things do move forward, and I'm afraid moving forward from one Saxon major release to another is always a little bit more work than people would like, particularly if you've dived down deep. Because another of our policies is the whole question of should interfaces be public or private. We've tended to go for making it public if anyone might have a reasonable case for using it, rather than making it public only if we have 100% commitment to maintain it for all time. So we've tended to err on the side of letting you dive into the internals and getting your hands burnt if that's what you want to do. We've rewritten all the date and time handling to use, because the JDK updated all its date and time handling, all the way it handles time zones and things like that has changed in the JDK. They retain the old style, but we've moved forward onto the new style, which actually has some impacts in the way that time zones work. For example, the old JDK mechanism was very US oriented in its time zone handling, whereas the JDK is now much more international in deprecates US-oriented time zone names, for example. And another big internal thing is that we've moved towards all the internal string handling using our own string representation called Unicode string, which it's basically a string model that firstly supports 8-bit, 16-bit or 24-bit characters in terms of the number of bytes per character in the storage model. It gives us, regardless of whether you're using astral characters or not, we can do direct addressing into strings. There's no surrogate pairs involved. And it's a string library that gives us efficient string concatenation without copying, efficient substring operations without copying, things like that. So a modern string handling library in there, which has had a few glitches in that some things have performed well and others performed less well, and there's been a few refinements on that in maintenance releases, but on the whole it's worked pretty well. Then Saxon CS. First release of that was in October, and that actually came out on the 11 code base before Java did. So that's a complete replacement for the old Saxon product on .NET. It's built using completely different technology. Instead of using IKVM to translate the bytecode, we use our own transpiler to convert the source code of the Java. So it's still synchronized with the Java source code. Any bug fix we make to the Java applies equally well to the C#, but it's converted using a completely different mechanism. And that's supported on .NET Core only. So if you're familiar with the .NET world, Microsoft announced in 2019 that they were converging .NET Core and .NET Framework into a single line, which actually meant they were killing .NET Framework. It was just a polite way of saying it. So .NET Core is the future, and that's what we're now supporting. And this product doesn't run on .NET Framework, which of course is a problem for some users who haven't yet moved forward and don't necessarily yet have plans to move forward. So we're still supporting Saxon 10 on the old platforms. And currently Saxon CS is Enterprise Edition only. And people do ask me, is that going to remain the case? The answer is probably not forever. I'd like to fill out the matrix, but it's not an enormously high priority to produce a free product alongside the paid-for one. But it probably will happen at some time. It's not the kind of product you can really make open source because the tooling is so proprietary. So it's not open source in the sense that people will be able to change the source code and rebuild it themselves. The product build process is so complex that we can't really ship it in a way that other people can build the product. And then the Saxon C. We produced a release of Saxon C in February. And this is the product that it's built using the Excelsior Jet Java engine currently, which means it's ahead of time compilation, so you get an executable out the back. And we deliver executables for a whole raft of different operating systems and hardware environments. And we deliver APIs on top of that for C++ and PHP and Python. So there's an enormous variety of configurations, which gives O'Neill no end of problems in people discovering configurations that they want to work, and he hasn't actually tested yet. So it's not like Java write once, run anywhere. It's much more the old sort of world that it only runs on the platforms that it's been tested on. That's the first release that was synchronized with Saxon J, so simultaneous release of the Saxon J product and the Saxon C product from exactly the same source code. It's the first time we achieved that. And a lot of improvements there in the design of the APIs, in support for multi-threading, in support for memory management. And there's localization support in there, isn't there, Anil? I think. And beyond that, yes, Excelsior Jet it's frozen in Aspic. It still works, but there's no further development on Excelsior Jet. You can't buy it anymore. There's no support on it. So clearly that's not a long-term viable solution. So what O'Neill has been working on since getting that release out has been re-engineering the technology to work on top of GraalVM. So that's what we're working on that front now. And then finally, Saxon.js. We haven't got our Saxon.js team here today. That's primarily Norm and Debbie have been working on Saxon.js recently. They decided to cut a maintenance release 2.4 in May rather than shipping all the new features that we've been developing over the last year. So there's a lot of things we've been developing for Saxon.js that we haven't shipped yet, that are targeted to come out in a 3.0 release sometime. But we never really plan dates. We ship things when they smell right. And we're not quite there yet. Possibly because there's such a lot in that product that it will take a while to get it all together and get it documented to a state where it's validated and a quality product that we can ship. But there's a list of some of the things that we've already been developing that need to be integrated and tested and pushed into that release. And so that's it, really, and that's all you're getting from me. At that point, it's open for questions. Thank you, Moz.
Any question? Yeah.
Gerrit Imsike, LETech. The question came up during lunch today, therefore I didn't submit it earlier. And it's about Saxon.js. And the question was whether the so-called XX compiler is also available in the browser or only in the Node.js version.
No, it's in both. Yeah, that works in the browser. If you use the FN transform, it doesn't have a direct API in the browser, but if you use the FN transform function from XPath, then that will compile a style sheet that you can then execute.
Excellent.
So I think one of the things on our shopping list for 3 is to have a JavaScript API to that compiler. Yeah. But it does run in the browser. Yeah, so if you're not familiar with it, that's an XSLT compiler written largely in XSLT, partly in JavaScript. That runs in the Node.js environment. It has a command line interface on Node.js, but it does also run in the browser.
Because this, for example, enables Schematron compilation in the browser. So you can submit Schematron schema, it will be compiled to XSLT.
It might be a bit heavy. How well it will perform is anyone's guess. Yeah. I mean, a lot of it is just that these things are memory hungry. You might want to not do the compilation on the fly, but save the compiled output as a CEF file and reuse it. Because, I mean, the reason we had the compilation offline server-side to start with was that you really don't want to be running vast compilations. And Schematron generated style sheets can be pretty big, can't they? So running, you wouldn't want to compile docbook in the browser. It's just too big. But of course, memory is getting bigger all the time. Memory problems in the browser are far less severe than they were 3 or 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else?
Hi, and thank you. I'm interested in what are the differences in performance for the different platforms?
I don't have any really good metrics on that. and I think it's partly because we don't have the same measurement tools on different platforms. So it's hard to get results that are really comparable. Even if you're running on the same box, you find you've been measuring using different techniques, and in one case the benchmarking framework is using all the cores, and in another case it's only using one of the cores, and therefore you can't compare the results. So it is very hard to get comparable results. Also, some things are faster and some things are slower. Tends to be the way. I've tried a little bit comparing Java and C#. C# is still slower, and we don't really know why. It's a bit of a mystery. The code that we're generating looks perfectly good on the surface, and if you run micro benchmarks, then you execute a little bit of C# code and a little bit of Java code, and they perform roughly the same. But the aggregate performance that we're seeing, typically C# might be half the speed. So, something, and that might just be a measurement error. It's very easy to make measurement errors, quite gross ones. I mean, until last year, I was doing an awful lot of measurements on the laptop, and I discovered in a heat wave that it just depends on the temperature and the state of your battery and all sorts of things like that. So, performance measurement is a real black art, and I wish it wasn't. But yes, people get different results for different workloads. It does depend what you're doing. Have you got any feeling, O'Neill, for Saxon C performance?
Yeah, well, in terms of Saxon C, it is slower than the Java product. I must say that. But a lot of what really happens is when you're thinking of the API, you're doing the callback. So that's where it will suffer. So you sometimes have to make sure the applications you design, you're not doing so much of the callbacks back and forth. So you're just sort of limiting the going back into the Java world and coming back. But generally, people find it find it good compared to what's out there on the C++ side.
And the other thing on Saxon C is, of course, you get much faster startup time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So Java has this problem with warm-up time, that unless the Java VM is already warmed up, you have a 3 or 4 second delay before anything happens. Whereas with Saxon C being compiled ahead of time, the startup is much faster. So again, different workloads show different results. Saxon JS, I think there's, again, haven't really measured it, but the performance on Node.js feels good. The main limitation is asynchronous resource access, because of the way that the Node.js environment is in effect single-threaded. Doing things asynchronously becomes very important, and the JavaScript language is designed with callbacks and so on to enable that. The XSLT language isn't. So if you do a doc in the middle of your style sheet, we don't know yet how to run that asynchronously. We're designing new ways of doing asynchronous requests in XSLT, but we're having great difficulty finding a way of supporting the built-in XSLT language requests, which are sort of intrinsically synchronous. That's an issue on Node.js. There are ways around it, but it means if you just throw an existing style sheet at Node.js, then it might well be that gives you the problems.
You mentioned Graal VM.
Yeah.
Have you been looking at Graal VM and the Java implementation?
And
the Java implementation?
No, not currently. Currently, we're looking at it as a technology for re-implementing Saxon C. When we have done that, depending how well it goes, we can look at whether there's any case for making that available via Java APIs. What do you think on that, O'Neill?
Yeah, yeah. Just to add to that, initially, I did run the whole entire, I think the XSLT test suite, just using the Java product compiled to native, which runs fine. So, yeah, so it would be...
So it technically works.
It works, yeah.
It's a question of whether we want to support it and productize it and package it.
Yeah, because it's I tested it too, and it's really fast because you get the speed up on loading time. But often it's just a matter of adding a file into the Saxon to the jar, so it's possible for the Graal VM to pick up on the clues on what to keep, basically. So it's not necessarily a new product; it's enabling the old product.
Yeah, that there is some configuration files required to handle the reflection, and yeah, there is some work there, which we have, looked at and dealt with. So yeah, it's promising, and I think it's a big good step forward.
But of course, we are very thinly spread across different platforms, and the number of tests we have to run before a release is running into the millions, with a management hat on, we have to sort of decide how much can we afford to do. And even if it's a small technical step, it might involve a vast amount of testing. It also involves people becoming familiar with how to support it and document it and all those sort of soft issues. Okay, anything else?
I have one question. You mentioned asynchronous and XSLT.
Yeah.
And I have a question about asynchronous XSLT and maybe also interactive XSLT, because there was also work on
Yeah, they're
this.
related. They're related.
So, are you trying things? Are you trying to do some experiment in this area, and where are they?
Having had some fairly grand ideas about what to do, I'm now trying to implement those one bit at a time. So there's doing small steps first. Having thought about the big picture and where one might like to go, and realised that that's a long journey, it gives you a good feel as to what baby steps might be useful along the way. And the first one is to revamp the IXSL schedule action capability, which essentially says, do something asynchronously, and when it's finished, do this. So modernizing that to use a promises sort of mechanism, where currently you can only access certain resources asynchronously, generalizing that to the concept that there are asynchronous functions, and the set of asynchronous functions is open-ended, and users can potentially write their own asynchronous functions, and those functions return a promise, and then there's an action that happens on completion of that promise. The next stage after that is possibly that we integrate promises into the type system, so that we know that a function is going to return a promise, and there's type checking on it that it's going to do that. And then we start thinking about syntactic sugar to make it easier to invoke those mechanisms. A bit the way JavaScript has done, sort of await X, which is pure syntactic sugar for writing promises and callbacks. So we can look at syntactic front ends for that.
And do you see that as a thing we can retrofit also the streaming inside? Because awaiting a document is also, it could be a promise on the content of the document.
A streaming thing. I don't have great aspirations to do anything more with streaming at all.
Okay.
Partly because writing streaming code is an absolute nightmare. I mean, if writing byte code is hard, writing streaming code, and that's partly because of it's very hand to mouth is the way we do streaming, Our model for streaming is push-based. So we react to events coming in, and that means that we have a sort of manual inversion of our code, a sort of handwritten coroutine mechanism.
Jackson inversion?
I mean, it's inversion in the sense of James Martin structured programming inversion, and coroutines, which these days are reflected with yield keywords and things like that in the modern programming language world. But we're writing with a language that doesn't have coroutines, and so we've effectively sort of implemented them by hand. And it's a bit like writing a bottom-up parser by hand. No one writes a bottom-up parser by hand. You generate one using parser generation tools. And if only we had a language that would generate coroutine code for us in Java, then perhaps it would all become a lot easier. But in fact, we've handwritten all the state machines in effect ourselves.
There is a GSR which is coming soon about that.
Is there? Well, perhaps we'll be able to throw everything away and restart.
Yeah.
I still won't be.
It's called light thread in the GVM.
Yeah.
And there are some tools around designing coroutines.
So yeah, it certainly would be nice to have that kind of infrastructure. Okay. And we'd have done it very differently to start with if it had been available. And if we'd known what we were embarking on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So I'm actually interested in streaming. Is it heard? Okay. So I was talking with Muhammad earlier about streaming. I must admit I did not read the specification of XSLT streaming, so maybe the answer is there. So my question is about the class of queries that you can cover. So are you able to cover like queries that are not zero delay?
That are not?
Zero delay. So for example, queries with filter or negated filters. So let's say I need to output the subtrees of an element A with a filter a child B. So at some point we have to wait for that until we can output the tree. And
yeah, there are ad hoc mechanisms for doing that kind of buffering. Basically, you're only allowed one downward selection, but your downward selection can be to copy a subtree. And if you get to a particular node in the tree and say, I now want to copy a subtree, then it will swallow that subtree, put it in a variable, and you then do a non-streaming transformation on that subtree. So that's the mechanism that's there.
Okay, what do you mean by non-streaming transformation? So you keep it in memory and then...
An ordinary conventional tree transformation without any streaming constraints.
Ah, okay.
So you just carve out a subtree out of your stream, and you can then process that subtree without restrictions, provided it fits in memory, of course.
Yeah, but in this case, you might have all the subtrees stacking up in memory until you can decide the answer.
And I mean, there are obviously scenarios that you can't stream at all, but it turns out to be quite a powerful mechanism. There's other things in there like things you can do with accumulators. Okay. For example, if your large streamed document contains a header section and then a body section, you can manage to capture the header section in a variable in memory, and it remains accessible for the rest of the transformation. So it's pretty ad hoc, but the most practical problems that aren't obviously completely unstreamable, like sorting, you can actually find a solution to, but it's not always easy.
Okay, thank you.
So I still have one question too. It was about there was a tool, because it's about the question about how do we know something is streamable or not? And there was a tool by John Lumley at one point that was very interesting to use. to know beforehand? And
we haven't maintained that.
Okay.
It would be quite nice to dig it up and see if we can. It was never completely aligned with the final spec, but yes, it was. One thing John brought to the party was that he was pretty good at designing graphical things and interactive things, and that was a case in point. One thing he was bad at was finishing projects and documenting them.
You cannot be both.
You can't have everything.
Yeah.
So he was a man with an awful lot of good ideas, and he'd usually have another idea before he finished the previous one.
I know this problem.
It takes all sorts in this business, doesn't it?
So maybe a collective effort on that, or you want to?
Yes, it's something we should add to the list to see if we can polish that off. I mean, there's unfinished work. I'm criticising John, but I a few years ago reported at a conference on an XSD processor that I'd written in XSLT, and that's another thing that was almost finished but not quite. So sitting on the shelf, we've got an XSD 1.1 processor that's 98% complete.
Missing 2%.
Written in XSLT and therefore portable to the browser and things like that, which we should really dust off and finish, or even release without finishing it.
That's maybe a good idea.
That's the open source culture, isn't it? Don't bother if it's finished, just release it anyway.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay.
Yes.
Ken.
One from Ken.
It's fine. It's fine.
Just because no one else was asking questions, is parallelism something in your plans?
It's not just in the plans, it's in the product.
Okay.
There are, again, I gave a conference talk on parallelism probably 5 years ago, and things haven't actually advanced all that much since. There are a number of things that run in parallel. Firstly, one of the simplest is the collection function. So if you use the collection function to process a set of input files, then they are all parsed in parallel.
Wow, okay.
So that's fairly straightforward. The next one, which is a bit less straightforward, is the result document instruction. So if you produce multiple result documents, then each one is produced in parallel.
Okay.
Is
that only in the EE version, or?
I'm sorry?
Is that only in the EE version?
Yeah. That's Enterprise Edition. And if you've got that kind of workload that's got multiple input documents, multiple output documents, which is not that untypical for a publishing workflow, then it can give you, 3 or 4 times speed up on the total process. And then the other thing that we've got, which is under manual control, is that XSL for each has an option to be multi-threaded. But that's entirely under programmer control.
Okay.
And if you misuse it, then it will make your performance worse rather than better. So you've got to work out whether it's, where in your style sheet.
But throwing a tree at a bunch of template rules.
Yeah, we haven't done it in apply templates, and there's a reason for that I can't remember. I did it at one stage, and then found that something broke, and I pulled it again, and I can't remember what broke, but it was something that was fairly difficult to fix. Otherwise, I'd have fixed it. But yes, I mean, you can obviously work around it by doing an XSL for each, and then apply templates to the current thing.
I suppose. The only reason I asked was in the classroom I would talk about the opportunities for parallelism, and I'm delighted to hear that if someone...
one of them, yes, I remember the reason. You can statically tell whether XSL for each is using the last function. You can't statically tell whether XSL apply templates is using last.
That there's a match using the last, yeah.
You only discover dynamically that one of these templates wants to know how many things you've applied templates to, and then you're completely thrown because you've no idea. So I think that was the stopper on it, which is completely silly. We could just have a rule that says if you do apply templates with multi-threading, then you're not allowed to use last. But yeah, so things like that in the spec can end up scuppering you.
Well, thank you for taking the time.
Okay.
In that case, I'd like to wrap up by saying thank you to all of you, especially for using our product, especially those of you who submit bug reports. Because without people who submit bug reports, the product would be a lot lower quality than it is.
Thank you for your patience when a bug report is.
So we thrive on bug reports. We thrive especially on bug reports where someone has gone to the effort of finding out exactly under what circumstances it fails and giving us an easy repro that we can prove to ourselves that they're not an idiot and that it really does fail. And we like solving them, and we like solving them quickly enough to ensure that no one else hits the same bug. So thank you to those of you who submit bug reports. Thank you especially to those of you who actually pay for the product, because you are contributing the good stuff to all the other users who don't, which is how the whole ecosystem keeps going. But thank you as well to those who don't pay for the product, because eventually you'll find that you want to, and you'll persuade your management to fork out, and that's what keeps the whole thing going. So it's been a very successful business model that mixes an open source community with a commercial community, and that's worked extremely well for us, and I hope it works well for all of you, whether you're paying customers or not. So thanks, and thanks for being here this afternoon. It's been a long day.
Thank you. It's time for the dance, no? No. So should we?
Just end this a little bit.
Yeah. So you want to be closing? Yeah. You bring everyone? Oh, okay. So maybe we're closing earlier, so I think maybe next time we will be a bit more careful about the planning. Thank you very much all for showing up. Welcome. Thank you very much. We're very happy to see that. It was a lot of work for everyone except me, and really we're happy. And now we have a twin conference, so it's very important. So we have to care about each other a bit more. Yes, exactly. It's there. Markup UK. So next year. Well, you know, we're trying a lot of things in this conference. We try to test things. So if you have any ideas, it's kind of, you know, on progress and agile way of organizing this conference. So if you come up with some idea, maybe we'll implement it sometimes or not. You know, that's the point. So any ideas is welcome, and of course spread the word. We need to have more people presenting papers. So you see that people presenting papers is a certain amount of work, but we are friendly here, I think so. Maybe?
Right, usually.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's a wish, and we want this wish to happen, but that's...
talk before you go grey.
So the more the people can present and extend the area of the topic, the better we are. Maybe you have some ideas on that? Yeah.
Just submit proposal next year or next time. It's easy.
Yeah, more proposal. We can help you finding subject topics if you need some help. We don't write papers for you, of course, because yeah.
The reviewer comments were wonderful.
You're welcome. Obviously, it was not me because I never do review. It can confirm. It's not a joke.
I wouldn't go into such small details.
Yeah, you're right. And so thank you very much, and travel safe to home, and enjoy Prague if you stay a few hours or days more, because lovely weather. And we hope to see you at any conference, markup, visible or invisible or whatever, in the future. So next one I think is balisage, full remote. I don't have any news about summer school, so if you hear about summer school. Okay, so it's happening, and the website, you have to go to the website to have the information, right? It's supposed to be in September? September 11th, it's my birthday, great, okay. Good to know. Okay, okay. Okay. No, wait. Important information.
And now I've finished, thank you. Yeah, if you have any colleagues who want to know more about XML, this thing you keep banging on about, who want to have a bit of a hands-on introduction, it's a bit quieter this year than in previous years, and because for obvious reasons, but it's still going ahead, and it's a lovely time. And a chance to go punting in the Isis River in Oxford. And it would be lovely to see some of you or your colleagues there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So very important information, so XML Summer School. And then there will be Declarative Rotterdam. No, Amsterdam. I'm confused. Declarative Amsterdam in November? 7? 6 and 7, 2 days. And after that, so behind, over there, Markup UK. Okay?
There will be lockdown in between, probably.
Sorry?
There will be lockdown conference in between.
Yes.
Quite likely.
Very good. Okay, so see you all. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.